Track 1, BTS, an ESG SDGs initiator. And this special track is about BTS and ESG. So we have 5 great papers today to be presented. And since we have a very tight schedule, each presenter will use about 10 or 11 minutes. My name is Illim from Yonsei University. I'll be moderating this session. And I'm glad that many people are interested in BTS and also ESG. So let's start. The first paper is titled BTS and S in ESG, CSV, CSR. Please start your presentation. Okay. The first paper, Dongjun Lee is not here.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My presentation for today is the title is The Rise of Fandom and the Emerging Social Value in the K-pop Industry. I'm teaching entertainment management in Changwon National University. I will start by introducing the purpose of the research. The idol system, which is the manufacturing system of the stars in the K-pop industry, has been getting more important when it comes to the idea, the concept of the ESG nowadays. So this study is looking at the BTS case and the implication for the post-idol discourse in the ESG and SDG approach. And I'm trying to find out the emerging social values in the idol consumption and the fandom activity. So I'm going to introduce the conceptual framework of S. So it is important to understand the different paradigms when it comes to the idea of the ESG, because it is often confused with the CSR and CSB. So if you looking at the MDG, which is Millennium Development Goals in 2008, there was more of the ethics. Then it becomes responsibility issues and the value integration. So now ESG is more about the integration. And it is important to understand ESG management is an investor approach. And then there's a non-financial factors to be affected. And there's also great raising concerns about the ESG washing, which is similar term with the greenwashing. So without the authentic purpose and the constant involvement, it is very easy for the customers to see your company's practice as a washing practice. And it is even more significant because there is more legal issues. When it comes to CSR, it was like moral issue, responsibility issue, but nowadays it is legal issue. So it is very important to differentiate the ESG from CSR and CSB. So imagining that the biggest difference is because there's more legislations which force the companies to act like this, and then that's why it is more customer driven and then involved with the relation with the government and the international community as well. So conceptual mapping is compliance for the official assessment, and the S in CSR is to understand the values society care about, and the S in CSB is to persuade the value with the stakeholders and the gatekeepers. So the strategic management has more become important to create how to create the value and to implement and how to assess. These plans has to be looked into more long-term and vision-based strategy. So not today, but tomorrow we will have to talk about this more often. So why S? S stands for the social value, which is talking about the labor issues in the entertainment industry. And then to achieve the social value in ESG form, I'm proposing D, E, and I as a method, which is about the diversity, inclusion, equity. To summarize, it is risk management and the emerging government role as a regulator, and then the customer's power as watchdog has to be concerned for the long-term and strategic vision-based approach in ESG management. So CSR management has been done by multiple corporations in the entertainment industries, but the study from 2014 shows that there was a very weak recognition from these companies, and it was temporal, without the long-term vision. Then the ironic case of the YG Entertainment shows that even if YG has been very diligent about doing CSR activities, but after the incident and the scandals, we all realized how it is very controversial and traumatic, not only for the fandom, but for the companies. So here, ESG and strategic management in entertainment business has these frames to look into. So international community and the corporate investor perspective. So here, investor perspective, it is one of the biggest significant factors differentiate from the previous discussion of CSR and CSB, which is because the investors has got their decision makings based on the official report or your activities in the ESG, and then there's obviously KESG policy. Yeah, there is KESG policy, and then the government is acting more progressively. So it is the companies has to react before the regulation to prepare how to make the sustainability report and how to see the value, especially social value in their system, manufacturing system, or communication with the fandom. So social value-centric approach in entertainment management is very controversial because celebrity scandals in the relations to the corporate management, it is become more important as the power of fandom is getting stronger. So the issue of boycotts and undermining the corporate celebrity image, not only just risk, but also very traumatic incident event for the future management for the company. So when let's get back to the idol system. So idol system, as you may know, it starts from the casting, training, and debuting. And then when it comes to the casting, you used to use this method of the so-called street casting. And this system, you don't really know about whether the potential idol really want to pursue this career. So over the years, long period of competition in the training, many of the idols quit or give up their practice. And then in this momentum, the company used to didn't have any contract between the trainees, and so that their labor condition was not covered. And there's a fandom imposing their voice and more strongly nowadays. So when there's ethical issues, especially in Korea, Korean fandom are very sensitive about this kind of issue. So from the Sujin's case and then recent Hive's Rusarapin case shows how it is important for the companies to care about the training system as an ethical process to understand the idol, their life, and their identity struggles. Otherwise, when it debuted, if you have in trouble, it becomes a traumatic loss for the company's future and the company's profits as well. But the thing is, some ethical issues not possibly enough ethical in other side of the country or other side of the globe. So BTS case shows how important to care about the identity struggles because many of the members was from not from the casting industry, but they were spending years practicing by themselves, actively participating with the creative production. That makes more social value perspective of the production and casting system. So, social value driven implications on the K-pop idol paradigms, I'm proposing the artistic identity based branding. So idol is not cultural commodity, is more of the important labor for the company. So you can care about their labor, life, career from the start to the end. So ESG strategy with DE&I tool, I'm proposing inclusion with the fandom community and diversity, which can create the creativity and the talent of the idols. And equally, cultural commodity, more of labor is the action plan for this change. So this study doesn't conclude the BTS case either perfect or indefinite solution. However, ESG management strategy and social value is highly unavoidable, and these cases show the implications and the future directions for the researchers and the practice. So any regulatory future standard in ESG policy, we need to see the comprehensive understanding of the idol production and what kind of future for this production can, not only for the government, for the sake of the fandom and the company is going to be very significant. Yes, thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for your interesting paper. Okay, the second paper is titled BTS Beyond the K-pop Idols. Presenter, please start your presentation.
Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Rila. I'm from Waseda University, Japan. And today I'll be talking about my ongoing research on BTS, particularly overviewing their growing roles as advocates for the SDGs. So this is the content of my presentation, and let me start with the research background. So I'm particularly aware that I'm particularly sure that you are aware of this video, like BTS speech at the UNGA drew 1 million viewers to stream the UN YouTube channel and listen to BTS views on the SDGs. But what attracted me the most is the number of views here. So like the live stream of BTS appearance, as reported by many news, right up about 1 million views. And as you can see here that the view count surpassed 3.5 million. But if we compare this with other world leaders or like politicians who spoke at the same or similar venue, so it will lead us to the question, like, do people listen to BTS more? So actually, like in my previous research, like I've been focused on the children and youth issue. So we often talk about how the design of our cities, like they often marginalize youth so that they have this feeling of frustration. And as argued by Nestor, youth are trapped in these liminal spaces where they need to face so much negativity and less hope to escape, like from various problems, as they are often labeled as insignificant. So therefore, like their voices are less likely to be heard. And this lack of attention and opportunities given by adults, by the authorities, have somehow influenced their distrust of the government. And while, like some youth express their distrust through rally protests, for example, like others, they prefer to. But in recent years, we've heard about many youth-led social movements that were and are inspired by BTS. So of course, this is very interesting for me as an urban scholar. It seems that the youth listen to the BTS more, like signifying a higher trust in BTS to guide their life and, like to lead them to navigate the global society. And fans also began to work on the SDGs activities, like helping, like the communities to accelerate the achievement. So this is my research purpose. I would like to understand the extent to which BTS has promoted sustainable awareness raising activities and how this promotion has influenced armies on how to carry out social movement and charity projects relevant to the SDGs. So this is my research methodology. I employed trolling technique. And for the analysis, I employed digital content analysis because, it is argued that this method is suitable for analyzing the user-generated contents. So now let me share the findings. This is still an ongoing research, by the way. So before conducting this research, I have a prior knowledge about, BTS active role in campaigning the mental health care. And as identified by many studies, including those presented in previous BTS conference. So BTS empowering lyrics have comforted many fans who are struggling with their personal issues. And like many studies also verified how BTS has been encouraging more people to openly talk about their everyday hardships and then, seek help. And through this study, apparently, we identified that the COVID-19 pandemic has reinforced BTS branding as an advocate for mental health awareness. So, for example, the members' interview with the ABC News highlighted the risk of pandemic blues as everyone's activities were, halted due to the spread of this pandemic. And along with this mental health issue, BTS last page also advocated the importance of vaccination to, help reduce the spread of COVID-19. And once again, this statement underpinned BTS contribution to the awareness raising of the SDGs goal number 3, which focuses on good health and well-being. However, the research revealed that other than goal number 3, BTS has been also promoting other SDGs goals through various advertisement, campaigns, and performance. For instance, this one. So this is interesting for me because, the idea of using hydrogen infrastructure in our everyday lives. So we talk about this. Before 2021, probably the talk about how hydrogen power could be our new path to a clean energy society was somehow still exclusive to, let's say urban or energy scholars and engineers. In fact, Japan has been trying to send, their message to the world that they're going to build a city with full-scale hydrogen infrastructure. For example, in Namie town that was destroyed in last tsunami attack and also earthquake. And also, they plan to build a full-scale ski in Narumi district in Tokyo. But BTS raises public awareness about the importance of hydrogen to help, cities achieve zero emissions in a much simpler, message. So, for example, if you've seen this video, so you notice that their message is really simple and clear. The energy produces no trust. So the video itself has had garnered about 10 million views. this is not related because I like Jin, so I just want to show his face. I mean, but if we look at the comment sections, it's quite apparent that viewers were less likely to pay attention to Hyundai's greenwashing practice as criticized by many. They were more likely to receive and listen to the message positively. So this is interesting to discover how BTS fans tend to focus more on the messages given by the members and seem to overlook the rumors around companies' greenwashing practices. So I think that it is somehow understandable that many companies want to hire BTS to demonstrate and market their sustainable practice in the hopes that fans will consume the green advertised products. So yeah, I know the time is very short, so I tried to map some of the BTS direct and indirect sustainable awareness raising efforts. And as you can see here, that they've been promoting numerous goals and targets, including this one, like the my field, which emphasize the importance of cities to safeguard their heritage. So maybe during the pandemic, BTS has been, promoting Seoul's heritage tourism. So they use various cultural heritage as their music backdrop, for example, like Gyeongbokgung and Seungyeoge. So yeah, after that, I carried out some investigation on the platform. There are many army charity projects listed here, and I just discovered that actually there are many new information that I can use to enrich my analysis. So this is the the diagram that I developed based on the information that I retrieved in July. So as you can see here, that funds most projects were more likely to be concentrated on goal number 3 and goal number 4. But actually, other than these goals, many of the projects have also addressed other issues, including those that were really promoted by BTS. For instance, like animal aid and animal conservation project. So ARMY uses social media as the instruments to disseminate the projects and encourage other members' participation. And this digital activism has led more fans to actively contribute, to the initiative project, which most were triggered by BTS members' birthday or any other special events. And yeah, I think this is very interesting because, the recent advance in technology have contributed to the ARMY's easy access to spread their message and make their voice heard. What I like here is, the advancements of the technology has somewhat facilitated ARMY in civic affairs and also discovered a way to break out of the liminal spaces as argued by Nesto. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so the research confirmed the roles of BTS beyond K-pop idols. So over the years, their roles have grown significantly from idols to the advocates for the SDGs. So while they've been, famous for raising concern over mental well-being, the findings also signified that they also, address other SDGs goals like climate change, decent work and economic growth, and sustainable cities and communities. So BTS represents what Bandura referred to as the role models in the social learning theory. And, their cultural influence was deemed greater than that of any politician or celebrity. So through the voice of BTS, fans learn about the new terms, ideas, and movement relevant to the SDGs. So yeah, let me wrap up this conclusion. The presentation. So BTS appeared to offer actually an alternative to conventional leadership by providing inspirational role models who educate and encourage fans to practice sustainability and create some significant social change. And by being role models, they stimulate fans to learn about various social issues and take more leadership in achieving the SDGs. And this stimulation has accelerated youth to be what the UN expect them to be, including critical thinkers, change makers, communicators, and leaders for a more sustainable future. And also it shows the importance of digital connectivity here, because it has empowered, army to participate in social causes to address larger issues and figure out, like the way to escape from the liminal spaces. And lastly, the study reaffirmed the presence of K-pop fans that could contribute positively beyond the fangirling activities to accelerate social changes in today's society. Yeah, of course, that I have to study more examples to enrich the analysis. So let me close the presentation with RM's quote, we need someone to save the world, but who? A superhero? No, the one who can do it is you. Thank you for listening, and this is my references.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a quick question. So it's a very interesting paper, but I'm wondering if you had any chance to compare BTS with other artists or other K-pop artists in terms of the activities for SDG advocacy.
Oh, sorry, my video didn't work.
My question is, did you have a chance to compare BTS's the SDG advocacy with other artists, either in other countries or other K-pop artists?
Okay, thank you for your question. So actually, I'm currently investigating Monster X, because they were appointed as the ambassador for promoting the Korean cultural heritage, and it's still ongoing research, so I cannot really share the findings. But I noticed, there are many K-pop K celebrities. I'm not sure whether people are riding, the popularity of Korean way, so they use the celebrities. But I noticed that there are many artists also who try to promote SDGs to the larger audience. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. I think that will give us a better understanding about the advocates of SDG, right?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, our third paper is titled "An Exploratory Research on the BTS School of Thought, a Sustainable Organization Anchoring BTS and Army's Road to the SDGs." Please start your presentation.
Good morning. A very warm greetings from Girl Power Talk team. My name is Nitya Gupta, and I am a young leader at Girl Power Talk India. It is an incredible honor to be invited to an occasion with such significance for today's young generation. No matter who you are, where you're from, your skin color, your gender identity, just speak yourself. When RM of BTS spoke these exact words, the world was unaware of the massive cognitive shift which was going to take place in the coming years, as BTS and ARMY together stood up for incredible challenges that young people around the world were facing due to situations of conflict, interpersonal violence, slow onsets of climate change, COVID-19 pandemic, marginalization, and struggle with the global erosion of human rights. According to the UN Youth Strategy Report, the world today is home to the largest generation of young people in history, approximately around 1.8 billion, with 90% of them living in the developing countries. To add to this, as per Forrester's Future of Jobs forecast, the working population in the 5 biggest economies, which include India, China, South Korea, Australia, and Japan, is set to face automation-induced job crunch, which again indicates the need to equip the younger generation to deal with uncertainties. The way how young people navigate their thought processes into adulthood are critical for the healthy progress of the mankind. The inspiration to carry out this study was the need to determine the importance of having a sustainable-minded generation and a sustainable organization anchoring BTS and ARMY's message to the world of becoming global citizens. What does it take to develop a generation that is conscious about its responsibilities towards global crisis? Young people constitute an essential asset worth investing in. Our thinking does not change the reality. We predict linearly, but changes are exponential. Our formal education would be completely redundant if emphasis is not on developing emotional intelligence to cope with changes. Sustainability can thrive in the near future only if we are capable of being first emotionally equipped to face issues as sensitive as gender, race, equality. For these are psychological concepts co-created as and when humans have progressed. The goal of having a sustainable-minded generation is to make room for the young generation to realize their core existence. I ask all of you, before the world got its hands on you, do you remember who you were? Progress comes from the process. As a generation of today and tomorrow, I believe that the process of incorporating a sustainable mindset will be the ultimate progress towards achieving the SDGs. BTS are not just the most successful and most popular boy band in the world, but are an exceptionally outstanding group of young men who are connecting with the youth across the globe in their capacity as the special presidential envoys for future generations and culture. BTS, through their message and firm stand on diversity and inclusion, have paved the way for the younger generations to believe in their capacities to create a sustainable future for themselves. By conducting this study, we aim to establish the BTS School of Thought, a sustainable organization that puts the values of hype and girl power talk as inspirations while anchoring on the SDGs supported by the BTS. If I talk about the approach, the concept of connecting the values of girl power talk with SDGs directly supported by BTS, such as well-being of all at all ages, gender equality, and inclusiveness, was due to the commonalities towards empowering youth who become conscious of who they are through the lens of the society at an early age. BTS's lyrics are their message to the youth and connects emotions across boundaries. And I believe that when we connect through emotions, we connect the strongest. BTS's songs are no ordinary representation of musical thoughts. They are deeply experienced journeys of 7 boys in the late teens and early 20s who fought their fears and achieved their dreams. They give hope, self-belief, and reminds us of our worth. At a time when in the rush of life, what we easily lose is our own identity, BTS connects with armies across the globe and comforts them with a universal message of loving oneself. For this very reason, this is an ongoing research project, so I conducted a pilot survey on the theme BTS and ARMY, creating a sustainable-minded generation, in which 40 armies across 8 countries participated and expressed their perspectives on various questions, focusing on how BTS is driving the change of cultivating a sustainable-minded generation. In the next few slides, you will see the sample answers to the survey questions about how particularly young ARMY between the age group of 12 to 25 perceives their opinion about global goals as future generations. The age group here complements our stance on the MZ generation being a welcome generation who are willing to take actions and find solutions despite the uncertainties. Here, the data shows 2 questions wherein the young armies were asked about their participation in global movements and how the BTS messages have inspired them to contribute to world affairs, though they are not directly responsible for taking national or international decisions. The figures here represent Army's perspectives of being conscious about their purpose after listening to BTS's UN speech, majorly the BTS UN speech of Love Myself campaign and the Sustainable Development Goals speech of 2021. I myself got inspired by BTS by listening to their speeches before I got hands on their songs. So, the Love Myself campaign in the partnership with UNICEF became a symbol of self-acceptance to armies, and even those who hardly identified with BTS felt connected, defying boundaries. This campaign has significantly contributed to several goals in disguise, creating social and environmental impact. The pandemic didn't start the sustainability revolution, but it has put into hyperdrive, and Gen Z, along with the millennials, is in the driver's seat. BTS and armies constitute a major population base of young generation that is willing to define their lives in an unboxed way that is free from all sorts of irrelevant and unjust social constructs. For businesses today, it is important to realize that investment in youth and by bringing them to the central stage, many existing problems can have innovative alternative solutions. Sustainable development goals are the reckoning force that drive the conscious generation who believe in changing communities by taking individual and societal actions for a more healthy and sustainable future. I would like to conclude this research by quoting the lines, "I have identified myself within 1 year of discovering BTS's message to the youth. Our paths are different, but our existence is shared. Shared by dreams, shared by thought processes, shared by the fact that we all are connected through emotions and that we, at end, serve one purpose, the purpose of humanity. If my existence can bring even the slightest change in the world I live in, I will focus on being receptive to the knowledge I seek to imbibe, to make myself capable of the change I wish to bring. As an aspiring youth of today who acknowledges the responsibility of creating a sustainable future through sustainable mindset, I believe that the voices of future generations must be heard more attentively, for the future belongs to the generation today and tomorrow. Thank you. Here are the references.
Thank you very much.
And here is the background of the organization I belong to. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very passionate presentation. Okay, our next paper is titled How BTS Value-Driven Branding Motivates Fans' SDG Engagement. So, presenter, please start if you are ready.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this morning at this special session on BTS, Army, SDGs, and ESG. And we'd like to extend our thank you to KSBA and KBR for having us here today. So my name is Simone, and my research partner, Julie, is somewhere on the screen as well. And we'll be presenting our proposed research topic, which is how BTS's value-driven branding motivates fans' SDG engagement. So just to quickly introduce ourselves, because we don't have too much time, we're both recent graduates from Yonsei University's Graduate School of International Studies in Seoul. However, we're both here today as independent researchers, with myself having a background in international studies, media and culture and society, and Julie with a background in marketing and communications and sustainability. And we do just want to note that we are both currently on European time, and it's nearly 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. respectively, so please bear with us. Sorry, there was just a
Sorry
chat
for the
here
interruption. Could you
Yeah.
make the full screen?
Sorry, is it not the full screen?
No.
It says my screen sharing has been paused. Let me try again.
Yeah.
Can you see it now? Yes, okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so just to begin, our research topic stems from BTS and SDG related activities over the past 5 years. And as you can see in this timeline here, we just have some of the key SDG related campaigns that BTS have been involved in, beginning in 2017 when they initially collaborated with UNICEF. And this arose from their increasing global popularity and the Love Yourself album series, which carries important social messages for young people, reflecting on relationships, the pain and sorrow of separation, and self-love. So this UNICEF campaign was centered around ending violence against children and young people, and backed by BTS's message in the Love Yourself series, continued the image of them as being authentic and just idols. So these themes of self, as displayed through the UNICEF campaign, we can see carried on into their 2018 and 2020 UN General Assembly speeches, where they spoke to young people to seek their own identities and voices. Meanwhile, in last year's SDG moment, the group spoke towards climate issues and called youth to take action for the world. Especially, they held position as the special presidential envoys to the Republic of Korea, representing with President Moon, Korea's position on the SDG goals and future targets. So from this point on until today in 2022, we can see that there has been a continuity in promoting climate and environment related SDGs, which has diverged from the direct messages found previously in their music that spoke to personal issues, which inspired the initial UNICEF campaign. So we could even consider that the current activities that they are part of relating to SDG seems to be outside the general scope of their core functions as musicians. And so in our research, we are seeking to understand how their image and brand position has contributed to building a loyal, philanthropic, engaged fandom, even for issues outside the scope of their generally related activities. So BTS are now well known for having a diverse and loyal fandom, and this stems from their branding from pre-debut, including taking advantage of social media to create an effective relationship with fans, eliminating traditional boundaries between private and public selves, and offering closer proximity to their private lives through a multitude of channels and through personal behind-the-scenes content. So their value position as idols who care about justice and social issues are even encompassed by the meaning of the group name, which is Bulletproof Boy Scouts, signifying the group's desire to block out stereotypes, criticisms, and expectations that aim on adolescents like bullets. So this social commentary within their music reflects their lives as 7 young men in society and within a competitive industry. They have presented this across a thematic storyline which reflects their experiences about schooling, societal pressure, youth struggles, dreams, and self-love, which I'm sure that we can all universally relate to. So this perceived brand image of BTS as being authentic ambassadors and as value-driven idols has played a hand in creating a collaborative, effective, and autonomous fandom, which holds shared values and high levels of team belief, cohesion, and trust. Music fans have long been linked as a positive source of influence when it comes to charitable activities and in raising awareness, both for causes related directly to the artist and indirectly as well. So ARMY especially are masters of the current social media landscape, and due to the effective relationship between BTS and ARMY, many view philanthropy as a part of the participatory culture of the fandom and as the way to promote and mirror the wholesome image of BTS, as ARMY consider themselves to be the face or representative of the values that BTS carry. So an example of this is seen through the Match a Million campaign, where the Twitter account One in an Army, who has organized over 600 charitable campaigns in the name of BTS and ARMY, campaigned to match BTS's initial $1 million donation to the Black Lives Matter movement. And this was vastly successful, achieving the goal in just within 24 hours. And obviously, this campaign's success is due in part to the sheer size of the fandom as it is today, as well as BTS's position as endorsers of social issues. However, we are seeking to further understand in our study how personal relevance and recognition of a cause motivates fans' engagement, and in this case, specifically to SDGs.
So when we're talking about BTS's venture into sustainability activities and their role as SDG advocates, it was natural for us to start with the existing literature on corporate social responsibility, or CSR. And we were interested in what makes consumers actually engage with organization CSR activities and campaigns. So the studies we looked at show that issue involvement, as Simone mentioned, or like personal relevance to a cause is a very important factor. But another key factor is actually the quality of the organization public relationship, known as OPR, and is defined by Huang in 1997 as the degree to which an organization and its public trust one another and agree that each has a rightful power to influence the other and are satisfied with another and commit themselves to one another. So an additional dimension to this organization public relationship is the perceived authenticity of the organization. And authenticity is important because it really speaks to the alignment between the values that an organization communicates and their actions. And this really speaks to the strength of BTS's brand positioning, because as Simone mentioned, they have consistently focused on communicating authenticity through their music, their official statements, their public and private online personas, and their fan interaction. So as we looked at studies on ARMY philanthropy, we saw the suggestion of a very strong shared value system and also a very strong relationship to BTS on these dimensions. And as a fandom, they do have a history of self-initiated philanthropic activities. So combined with this strong relationship they have to the group, we expect that there is a high likelihood of continued activity engagement. However, we can't forget that issue involvement and personal relevance remains an important factor. So whereas previous BTS activities have had a more individual or personal focus, sustainable development is a broad, sometimes vague, very complex global concept, and this is definitely a shift. So therefore, we're interested to see how issue involvement could be a mediating factor and affect the activity engagement as BTS is now branching into SDG activities. So this is our research question. Can a strong value-driven brand positioning encourage SDG activity engagement even if consumers have little familiarity with the sustainable development goals? So we want to explore how BTS's perceived values as a group will affect ARMY's engagement with the group's SDG activities, and we're going to focus on the mediation effects of issue involvement. So I'll just very quickly introduce the survey we are developing. We do have limited resources as independent researchers, so we will be doing community sampling, focusing on ARMY fan bases in English-speaking countries where we have points of contact. So we're largely in Australia, UK, and Canada, and potentially the US. And we are hoping to distribute shortly after this conference. So we have 3 categories of survey questions. The first one is covering the values. As you can see here on the screen, we have the dimensions of the organization public relationship. We have also included items of fit, so perceived kind of congruence between BTS's values and the concept of sustainability, and also perceived impact as an effectiveness of the activity. Next, we have actual activity engagement, where we'll be presenting the participants with a selection of activities that are related to the SDGs, and we'll ask them to say which ones, if any, that they have engaged with and which type of engagement that they had. And finally, we will be including items to measure familiarity and awareness on the 7-point Likert type scale. We'll be introducing the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and Sustainable Development as a concept. So what we're asking here with the growing focus on the SDG agenda is that it's really crucial that there is a perceived fit between the cause and the actors involved, now that this issue is really being promoted from so many different actors. And as BTS is now shifting from a deeply personal to a more global focus, the strength of the relationship between the fandom and the group, and supported by this continued focus on authenticity in their brand positioning, will likely be a crucial factor to encourage continued engagement with causes that may not have the same immediate personal relevance to all fans. Because we have to admit that BTS has a very large fandom. So we seek to answer these questions. Do ARMY have high involvement with sustainable development goals and related issues? And if they don't, can we expect the same level of philanthropic engagement from the fandom as we have seen so far? So these are the questions that we're exploring in our studies. And yes, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Personally, I think this paper is really interesting. So I have a question or comments. So your paper is about, in a sense, the value of the artist is transmitted to their fans, or fans are simulating the value system or value of the artist, right?
Yes,
So,
it's about the relationship between, the strength of the relationship.
Right. I'm not expert in this area, but I'm wondering if there are any previous similar studies or similar cases. Have you?
We did look at a study from the sports industry. There were two studies. We were looking at it's a pretty recent study where they were looking at sports. What was it?
It was sports in the United States, mainly focused on like NFL, rugby, football. Sorry, NFL is football, but baseball and basketball. And in that study, they did signify that the sports industry has been flagged as a driver for the sustainable development goals and in spreading sustainability engagement awareness because of the fact that sport fandom, it is so engaged and it is so passionate and it is so large. But through our findings currently doing the literature review and the background research, we haven't been able to find some specific framework similar to this that has been applied or is relevant to the entertainment industry. So from our perspective, we can see the parallels between the fan engagement and the strength of the relationship between the sports fandom and their involvement with and their fandom identification to their team. We could see that in parallel with K-pop fandoms and music fans. So yeah, using the framework and sort of the background from the sports industry studies, we're seeking to try and see if we could apply this to the entertainment industry and just as a case study for BTS and the Sustainable Development Goals here.
Yeah, because in that study that did find that, oh, sorry. I was just thinking that in that study that Simone was talking about, they did find that fans reacted positively to kind of sustainability efforts from the sports league, and that when they measured the relationship of these different dimensions of trust and commitment, they did show like a stronger relationship after they had interacted with these efforts. So we think it's pretty relevant.
Also, I think fans may have different levels of relationship in different dimensions. So I think it will be interesting if you see how different relationships lead to different assimilation or different value or activities of fans. I think that will be also interesting.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, the last paper is titled From Idols to Global Leaders. So please start your presentation.
Yes, hello. Alrighty, hello everyone. BTS is presently being felt around the globe and smashing records left and right. BTS has claimed an irrevocable and memorable space in the public as the face of the current music industry and Hallyu. Moreover, unlike any other fandoms, the band's fan base, ARMY, has surpassed expectations of participatory culture by organizing itself actively across the globe, supporting BTS through different endeavors such as music, merchandise, charity, and fan-made events, as we have seen previously in these presentations. As advocates for the welcome generation, BTS conveys what is true within a realistic context and with a sincere conviction that carries emotional substance in advocating unity, equality, and change. When we look at the future of the workforce, there is the millennials and Gen Z. This is the future generations which they are starting to look closer at what companies preach in their corporate cultures, including their commitments to ethics and sustainability. And these are just some stats by the World Economic Forum that by 2025, we are in 2022, so that is nearly 2 years away, that 27% will be Generation Z, and they will be the large population of the global workforce. And currently, by Deloitte, they said that more than 1/3 of the current world's population is the Gen Z. And Gen Z and millennials as well, like myself, we are very deeply concerned about the state of the world. So that's the talent pool in which we're concerned of climate change, inequality, geopolitical conflicts, and we're trying to seek change. But more so, we are also with the challenges of like the COVID pre-pandemic era and the post-pandemic era. We have high levels of stress, and that results in a crisis in trying to retain and recruit talented workers within the company culture, and culture is one way to sustain them both. And firms are facing this crisis, and we need to enhance and know what to do next. Therefore, the objectives that I basically have for this paper was that I wanted to learn about the biggest challenges in establishing culture, and as well as how does BTS's personal and their group leadership capture that emotional connection for future generations. And as well as the sustainability and ESG issues have become a very hot topic and many priorities for companies. How has BTS prioritized these principles in reinforcing a positive organizational culture? And to understand that, I basically did a case study on BTS on an observational ones about what they've been doing, both offline, online, and that includes what they say, what they hear, what they post. So I'm gonna go through basics of terminology. Leadership. This terminology is very inclusive and includes everything that what a leader, we would like to have a leader to be like. And that's visionary, they're strategic, they communicate, they're a motivator. And this newer terminology that we see is the ESG leadership. And this ESG leadership is a framework that was developed by Harris, and there's actually 4 points. I'm not sure if you can see them very well, but the third point is the one which we're going to focus on. It says, they serve as the face of the franchise, and both internally and externally, articulating to investors how ESG permeates all levels of the organization, and it's embedded into each business line and as part of their investment strategy. And culture. What is culture? Culture is, this quote was mentioned by Lenzo Yoon at the CXW conference last year, and I think he encapsulates what culture is, because everybody is different, everybody has different languages and backgrounds and history, so unique cultures come together and interact to make them more interactive. And so what are the biggest challenges that our companies are facing? And that is the global workforce, and as well as the new drive of the new millennials with this digital transformation and new skills. They are looking for a new generational anpanman. And in this case, Bang Binding-nim, as we would like to say it or not, he does influence BTS's overall leadership skills in a sense that he said in an Idolmaker interview, he said that actually you can say that my philosophy and worldview is instilled in BTS. And first, if you hate music, you are unconditionally disqualified, and BTS are kids who do music relentlessly. And as well as when we look at leadership levels, BTS each has one of their own colors, and therefore they all create their overall color as a group. Therefore, as well, this is another quick quote from Bang Binding-nim as well, and the BTS brand definition, and this is from their branding kit that they did with Plus X a few years ago, and BTS means the portrait of growing youth while maintaining the existing meaning of Bulletproof Boy Scout, and it's has been extended into a new meaning, redefined as BTS. And we need to understand that this is a narrative of continued growth and that has evolved, and this has an endless meaning. And that is transformed into their core values, in which they are authenticity, they're progressive, and they're bold. And when we look at BTS, and when we look at Beyond the Scene, in their branding kit, they actually have words in which they basically translate offline and online, and that is growth, dream, hope, goal, stage, reality, and presence. And this is actually seen through the way they do various things. This is an example of the We Are Bulletproof, which is what they stand for. And they do this subtly both within messages and offline. And I would like to quote Jin, in which he encapsulates who he is in terms of his leadership and his style of communicating. He says, "In a world of uncertainty, we must cherish the importance of me, you, and us." And that translates into a BTS and ARMY relationship, as we have seen in the previous presentation, is that they're mirroring images of each other, and they have a relationship that is affected by each other. And because this relationship is so unique, it has created a irrevocable way of leading culture. In a sense, we could say ARMY is that digital tribe, that culture in which they have instilled all of their messages through their music, and that has led them to understand and to advocate for all these different campaigns that we see, and they continue to do that forward, even though now they've rested. They actually have instilled this culture and this new growth mindset that we should also look for ourselves at an individual level. So this is the youth. And what are the learning and key takeaways? So the mirrored relationship. So leaders are viewed to convey certain attitudes and trust. And like BTS and ARMY's relationship, we must understand the representation and the associations that will enable them to create an emotional relationship with a particular culture or strategy. And we must also steer the ESG conversation. So decision makers know that the emotional connectivity is key to driving business results. And the strongest cultures that come to life incorporate good strategy while building emotional connections and maintaining space for ESG and leadership to be reproduced, and those organizations from the bottom up. And creatively repurpose. In this sense, I'm talking about creating a business-facing organizational design that delivers the greatest collective contribution by building a bench of multi-talented, multidisciplinary teams, members whose skills go beyond the traditional to meet new demands of the future generations, and the modern corporate values and functions that needs to be able to drive an insightful ESG company. And as well as encourage advocacy. So long-term success is directly influenced by how employers share the company's culture and its values, stories, symbols, and heroes. So building a culture from the inside out means inspiring the consumer to embrace the person's organization or purpose. And finally, a stronger ESG presence, or a stronger presence of who they are and what they value in the company. So many organizations are not explicitly aware of an ESG strategy because most of them don't know what is their social corporate or what they have agreed on and their values of what they matter and what matters to them. So this group actually models authenticity, emotional expression, love, friendship, and determination, hard work, and honest communication. So they actively work through their individual and team relationship problems. It is people like them that will help us understand and by extension update what it means to be a leader for current and future generations and what they care for. So these 7 young 20-something-year-old men are brimming with self-awareness and emotional intelligence way beyond their years. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think this is a very interesting presentation, and also there's a very memorable notion. Says ARMY is not just a fandom of a musician, rather ARMY is a new digital tribe. I think that's a quite interesting and also appropriate term. All right, so thank you for your cooperation. Since you cooperated so well, we finished in time, which is very rare in conference presentations. So I especially thank all the presenters for your interesting presentations. So we'll finish. We'll end our track at this point, and we'll take a break until 10:30. So please also attend the next session. So thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Haejin Kim. I'm from KAIST, and I will be the moderator for this session, Hype Strategy on ESG. So I think we have a very exciting session today, and I hope, I believe that all the speakers here are on Zoom right now. Our first presenter is on site, but the rest should be online right now. So without further ado, we will be starting with our first presentation, towards an ESG framework for HYBE, implications from ESG incident data analysis. So let's give a round of applause for our first presenter.
Okay, good morning. I'm Hannah John. I'm from EHWA's Graduate School of International Studies. And I'll be presenting on towards an ESG framework, implications from ESG incident data analysis. I'm also speaking on behalf of my co-author, who's here on site today, Ms. Seong Kim, and she's head of ESG intelligence at Who's Good. And for those who are unfamiliar, Who's Good is Korea's first AI-driven ESG data analytics firm. She's also a former student of mine. Okay, so why don't we get started? So the basic background to this presentation and to our research is that ESG, or environmental, social, and governance issues, are becoming much more important to investors. And so they're taking into consideration ESG issues and corporate responses to ESG issues when it comes to making actual investments. So as was mentioned in a lot of the presentations in the first session, HYBE as a company, but specifically its flagship group, BTS, has been quite visible when it comes to some of these ESG issues. For example, some of the speakers mentioned the recent trip to the White House, as well as to the United Nations General Assembly. And so a lot of the issues talked about included climate change, environmental issues, as well as social issues such as anti-Asian discrimination. And also things like kind of youth employment and work. On the flip side, there is also a dilemma. So you have this high visibility on the one hand, but you also have firms in general not being free from criticism. And for HYBE specifically, as a company, some of their kind of business ventures, for example, NFT, and the impact to environmental issues has been cited as a potential criticism, as well as, excuse me, as well as a lack of ESG disclosure. And so these are some of the issues that go hand in hand, or two sides of the same coin. And if we talk about lack of ESG disclosure, this is just a list of the top 50 firms that are listed on the KOSPI 100 in terms of market capitalization as of the end of last year. And if you notice, of the 50 companies, only 4 did not publish an ESG or sustainability report. And of course, the one highlighted at the bottom is the company in question today, HYBE. And so for a firm of HYBE's caliber and visibility, the absence of such a report or absence of ESG disclosure, I think, would become a bigger issue. And I'm sure that they're feeling a lot of pressure internally. Another consideration we want to think about is the market positioning of HYBE as a firm. And so we tend to think of it as an entertainment company, and it certainly is. But even from its IPO, it had also positioned itself as an IT firm. So we think of, entertainment technology. They've been very active in utilizing kind of digital platforms. And so these considerations might also be needed when we come up with an ESG framework. So not just from an entertainment industry perspective, but also from an IT perspective. So when we take those into consideration, we're trying to understand kind of the bigger question, and that is what ESG framework is expected for a company like HYBE. And I'm sure that they're doing a lot of kind of internal work already, but hopefully we can shed some light from hopefully an academic or research perspective. Managerially, I think there are at least two challenges. And the first one is, of course, there are a variety of reporting standards when it comes to ESG and sustainability. You're not meant to read everything. It's just to show there's a lot. From a manager's perspective, it's very difficult, I think, to digest a lot of these standards and to try to understand which ones are most relevant and important for our particular company. And the second one is because a lot of these ESG kind of standards and guidelines tend to be voluntary, in general, a lot of companies tend to choose those areas where they are doing quite well. And so we have kind of potential criticisms about ESG washing or greenwashing or cherry picking, but certainly I think that's the temptation a lot of companies face. And so when we put all of that together and we go to the original question, what ESG framework is expected for a company like HYBE, we do want to ask if ESG incident analysis can help guide us when it comes to building a potential framework. I apologize, it's small, but when it comes to ESG incident data, this is coming from the framework and methodology proposed by Who's Good, who is, of course, also co-authoring with this paper. And again, Who's Good is Korea's first AI-driven ESG data analytics firm. And what they do is they are able to source daily thousands of articles from over 90 media sources that are sourced by the Korea Press Foundation. And for our particular sample, of course, we're looking at both the media as well as IT industries, because we're looking at the implications of both industries. So we're going to be looking at a total of 299 listed companies, and the period of analysis will be 2015, beginning of 2015, up until May 31st, 2022. The reason for that timeline is because when we submitted the paper, I think it was submitted in June, and May was the last full month of data available. There are 82 media sources, and during that period of analysis, there was a total of 7,030 articles that were sourced. This is the analytical process for Who's Good, and so we start with, let's say, the entire population of news articles. From those articles, what happens is there's a company filter, and so we check if an article mentions a specific company with respect to ESG issues. The sentiment filter is we are going to remove positive news from the ESG news data. Again, one of the challenges is it's very tempting to report what you do very well. But from the perspective of investors and other stakeholders, we would like to see what the company is facing in terms of risk and maybe what the company can do to address those risks. So positive news is removed, only ESG negative articles remain, and then each article is classified into 17 ESG categories, and I'll show you those incident issues very shortly. It's summarized over here, and it's based on kind of the world's leading ESG global frameworks and sustainability and so forth. If you would like to view the materials later, I'd be happy to give them to you. But the idea is that we can look much more deeply into environmental, social, and governance issues for each company so that we can track what specific issues are being highlighted for each year. And potentially, again, this is with implication to HYBE, what issues might be very relevant for investors as well as other stakeholders. This is an initial kind of heat map, and what it does is it tries to locate where the most negative ESG news are located. And so it kind of looks like global warming here a little bit. So we can separate this into ESG. On the third column, you'll see SASB material, and this is just SASB sector guidelines. And so the dots represent issues that are mentioned or highlighted within SASB guidelines. So the red will donate the IT sector, and the blue is the media sector. And what we find just within this kind of heat map is compared to the number of SASB material issues, there are actually a lot more issues that show up in incident news, which means that there might be more kind of issues within ESG that the company should consider when it comes to ESG disclosure. Just for purposes of time, I'll go very briefly through preliminary findings for environmental, social, governance issues, and then I'll stop. For environmental issues, initially you might have seen in the heat map also that it was quite green. So it kind of looks like there are no environmental issues for either, for either the media or the IT sectors. And I think part of that issue could be explained by two factors. And I think it's not that environmental issues are unimportant, but I think compared to, with our methodology, there might have been some areas that were missed. And so, for example, there were, plenty of articles that talked about environmental issues within, for example, media and IT, but they did not mention specific companies. And so if they don't mention specific companies, it can't be counted as a company-specific incident. And so from that perspective, it might look like it's quite underreported compared to the actual data. And the second one, I think, let me see, the first one, I lost my train of thought, but I'll come back to it. And so in general, it was quite underreported for the company. We did see also the second point being, for some issues like NFT, which was mentioned before, although we can kind of interpret that as an environmental issue, according to the Who's Good framework, it's actually categorized as a social issue. So for example, there were issues with commercialization of NFT and also pushback from fans, and so the fandom and army. And so because they're seen as consumers, the NFT issue is categorized often as a social rather than environmental. And so I think what we can do is to go back and adjust the filtering so that we can have a more accurate picture of environmental issues. So the point here is that environmental issues are not unimportant, and they will continue to be more material. For social issues, this is just showing you the change in aggregate data of the percentage of social issue incidents. And so you see for each year, there might be difference in terms of emphasis. And some of the major ESG social issues include service disruption, private data or personal data leakage, especially within the IT sector, and also gender-related issues, for example, consumers complaining about misogynistic content, and so forth. The interesting thing, especially as we go into more recent data, is a focus on kind of employee welfare and working conditions within the company. And it's quite interesting when we compare the IT industry and the entertainment industry. In the entertainment industry, oftentimes artists' welfare and well-being has not often, I think, structurally been considered the responsibility solely of management, but rather it's a result of this ultra-competitive industry, the K-pop industry. But recently for companies such as N company, when there are issues with employee suicide as a result of workplace harassment, the person in charge actually resigned from the firm. And so certainly it might have implications for HYBE as well as for other sectors. And lastly, for governance issues, we see a slight change in the mix of important ESG analysis. So we had a decrease in the percentage of business ethics incidents. And this is not just for media and IT, but also for all companies within the universe. And on the flip side, we have an increase in risk oversight issues. And so this goes back to, playing by the rules of the game, both for IT as well as media. Another interesting thing, if we compare SASB standards, which are kind of the gold standard for ESG disclosure, because corporate governance issues are so important in Korea particularly, a lot of these governance issues tend not to be captured within the SASB standards, especially when it comes to the sector. But as I believe HYBE also publishes governance, a corporate governance report, clearly it's a very important area of ESG, perhaps one of the most fundamental in past years, then this focus will continue going forward. So I hope I did my best to keep on time. Thank you so much for your attention, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Dr. Jung was very good in keeping up with time. I forgot to mention at the beginning that each of the speaker has about 12 to 30 minutes of presentation time. So I would appreciate it if you could keep that. Do you guys have any questions? Yeah, I thought it was a very, very interesting presentation, and using big data and these kind of media data sources to look at the trends of what ESG topics are important. I think that is very, very interesting. On the top of my mind, yeah, I think there's a lot of things going on in the data, like, you know, the topics are going to be very dependent on industry, or there might be, they only looked at negative incidents, but, you know, like the positive ones, there might be different areas that concern these things. So if you, in the future, as they do more analysis on the data, I think it could be a really, really interesting paper. All right, thank you. Okay, so we will have our second presentation. Oh, I forgot to bring my sheet. Could I have the so I can introduce the title? Oh, okay. Okay, so we have our second presentation. BTS's ESG activities shown through the media. What areas were mainly reported? So I believe that this one's pretty related to the first presentation. So let's see what our second presenter has to say. All right, thank you.
Hello, I'm Kyun Mo, and I'm a newspaper reporter working as head of international affairs department in the Kookmin Daewoo, Seoul, Korea, and on a doctor program at Gwangwon University. I'm sorry, Kato is coming. First, the professor who gave me the presentation in front of me did a very good job. But I'm so nervous. It's the first time for me to make a presentation in English. I'm not good at English. Now let's start. Make a presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. The first time the word ESG appeared in Korean media was in May 2006. I extracted the articles through Behance, an article search tool created by the Korean Press Promotion Foundation. Almost all Korean media articles are stored. The first article was that the UN has selected ESG as key value for real-life sustainable world. However, the word ESG was rarely found in the media until 2014. It was less than 100 articles per year. Then about 5,000 articles were published in 2020, and suddenly about 40,000 articles in 2021. In other words, it can be said that ESG was honestly rejected in Korean media after 2021. The catalyst was a Korean major company SK's announcement of ESG management in early 2021. Since then, many companies have scrambled to declare ESG management. Now let's talk about BTS ESG activities in Korean media. The word BTS ESG first appeared in Korean media in July 2020. Then the word was mentioned the most from May to October 2021. There are two cases that have been mentioned the most in relation to BTG ESG activities in Korean media. The first one is UN's SDG Moment event in Rio in September 2021. The most prominent ESG artist in K-pop is BTS. BTS was invited to speak and perform at the UN SDG Moment event as a presidential envoy for future. Especially they wore shirts made of upcycling material, not foreign luxury brand. Upcycling material means eco-friendly material. The next event was BTS visit to the White House on May 2022. BTS was invited by US President Joe Biden to mark the AANHPI Heritage Month of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. Both cases are related to as society in ESG. This is actually the result of my research. Now, let's talk about the interest or attention of the public and the companies in ESG. In fact, this is a literature study. There are few studies on which of ESG areas of general public considers important. However, according to the research of Kim and Beck, consumers' responses to the priorities of each ESG area related to distribution companies were in order of environment, society, and governance. It was confirmed that the interest in ENS are a continuous keyword of ESG management of distribution companies. And according to research of Zheng and Chue, social factor has a significant positive relationship, but environmental factor and the governance factor were not significant in listed companies. Moody's said the 8 trillion worth of bond they evaluate are exposed to social risks, 4 times the amount exposed to environmental risk. And now I explain my research method. First, medialization and duration. V-kind was used to examine, and I selected 11 general daily newspapers, 8 economic journals, and 5 broadcasting companies. The research period was selected from January 1st, 2020 to May 30, 2022. And I selected entertainment company as SM Entertainment. Survey period is the same above. Okay. About general companies, I selected 조선일보 and 한겨레 as medias. Survey period is from July 1st to September 30, 2021. I considered the number of articles and when ESG was voted the most. Yeah. And I'll say about the research method. First, analysis methodology. Keyword was BTS and ESG, and the human coder conducted the reading, interpreting, and coding the contents one by one. Coding was done by 2 persons, researcher and a reporter of a Korean daily newspaper who is working in international affairs of department. Coding has 7 categories: E, S, G, ES, EG, SG, and ESG. The KESG index of Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy was used to determine which area the articles falls under. And I say about intercodal reliability. I compared 108 articles out of a total of 195 articles to determine the reliability between coders. I'm sorry, 154 is wrong. 195 is right. And percent agreement was 95.37%. Coins copper was 0.942. analysis results. And about articles related to BTS ESG activity is that E is 46, S is 54, G is 37. And 126 articles were extracted. Among them, 82 articles were analyzed. I excluded very short stories, and articles number included duplicate. For example, ES included both E and S. And about articles related to general companies' ESG activity is that E is 70, S is 21, G is 65. But about articles related to SM Entertainment's ESG activities, there are only 22 articles were found. It was therefore unsuitable for research. This means that SM Entertainment is not doing ESG activities properly. This conclusion. The conclusion is that BTS ESG is focused on S and E, but general companies are focused on E and G. I said that consumers' priority of each ESG area are in the order of ESG. Companies need to improve S in order to develop. As I said before, among the three ESG areas, only S is able to increase corporate value. E and G are not affected. So BTS is engaged in ESG activities required by consumers or the public. BTS ESG activities can increase the corporate value. ESG activities that the most demanded and increased corporate value are not conducted at all in general companies. Other entertainment companies, except HYBE, are not doing ESG activities properly. And discussion and lessons. BTS activities are focused on society. Album Love Yourself, Stick Yourself. BTS sent a message of encouragement. And the music video Permission to Dance is to sign language into choreography, emphasize diversity, fairness, and embracement. The reason BTS has solidified its global fandom is that it has dealt directly and sincerely with the values that society and fans can sympathize with. If K-pop groups and entertainment companies emphasize only E, they may face criticism of so-called greenwashing. Entertainment companies do more activities in the S area and do not neglect the rest of the ESG area. Further development can be achieved. It's over. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Again, I think this topic is very interesting that you looked at all these articles regarding HYBE's ESG initiatives. One suggestion that I might give you is that it seems like in your data set, you try to just use the keywords BTS and ESG, and the news articles, in my thought, that mention ESG, they're probably driven by HYBE to reflect these ESG activities. So you might try to look at the articles in more detail that doesn't mention ESG explicitly, but are still ESG activities that engage in. That might give you a more deeper insight into the articles and what HYBE is trying to do. All right, thank you very much. We have our third presenter now. The title is A Road to SDGs and ESGs, Conceptualizing BTS's Future Non-Fungible Token Strategies. So are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, you can start.
Yes. Okay, let me go to the slideshow. Okay, guys, this presentation actually came up from a community project that started sometime, I think was October time, where a group of young students and also those who just finished their studies, they came to me sort of during the break and said, Jan, we're bored. Can you help us to do something in the area of music that we could maybe, be innovative and maybe add on to our CV and things like that in job seeking. So I said, okay, what do you guys want to do? And somehow or other we conceived the idea of K-pop, and we looked at the K-pop sort of groups and found that hey, BTS is the actual success story of the K-pop industry. Why don't we look closer into it? And that's where the whole project was conceived. And the project direction sort of came to the idea of why don't we develop a fandom cultural platform? And say, okay, what does that mean? So we did some prototyping and understand the picture. And now we're at the stage to say, okay, in terms of that fandom cultural platform, what are the services that we have? So for this conference, we choose specifically in terms of what the NFT services could be like, could look like from a hype perspective and also from the fandom perspective. And I've actually named all the project team members in this paper because it's their thoughts that I'm actually communicating on behalf. And one of my colleague, Mona, is actually with us, and he will help out in the Q&A if you have any questions. Very quickly, this was whipped up at the very last minute when the first two presentations was talking about governance. And I just want to bring everybody to the page to the same page in terms of understanding what is governance. Governance is, if you look at it structurally, it's a frame of behavior, practice, principles, and rules. And it's also, you can also look at it as an enterprise function whereby you have to comply to those framework of rules. And also there's an oversight. That means you manage people compliance to the overall framework. And at the same time, if you are overseeing people's compliance, you're also going to measure and report the compliance performance, and that's where the two speakers talk about, social responsibility reporting, ESG reporting, that sort of stuff. So in practice, what does it mean? Because all organizations should have a framework of good governance principles and the rules, and just give you an example of good governance. So those good governance should influence everybody's work, whether you're doing strategy or whether you're doing operation work that delivers services to the customer. So every time that you do work in your decision making, in actions you take, you think about transparency, you could think about accountability, all those things that influence the way you work every day. So this is the context of governance I'm going to talk about when I present the rest of the presentation. And this is the presentation flow. Very much introducing the very basic concept of SDG 9 and NFT, and also giving an overall insight of what Hype is doing from a digital strategy perspective, and specifically focus on the NFT and how we can actually change it to be more inclusive and more sustainable in terms of meeting the SDG 9 sort of goals, and what's our next step forward in this community project research. Okay, very quickly, SDG 9, it's all about industry innovation, infrastructure developments, and they say that any company developing technology, they do actually contribute to the nation's innovation and infrastructure development. And when they actually use technology, develop new technology applications, be conscious of putting the good principles of inclusiveness and sustainability. And inclusiveness means it's not about the Hype making the money, but can they share the wealth they make with not only the idols, but also the fans and anybody else who contribute value to the success of BTS and Hype. And sustainability, you can look at the 3 pillars of sustainability, starting with economic, social, and even environmental. So that's the context of GSD 9 that I'll be referring to in the rest of the presentation. Okay, non-fungible token, a bit of a technical geek work, but To strip it down into very simple layman's definition, it's nothing more than just some online virtual assets that's built from blockchain capabilities. And because blockchain is actually designed on good governance principles, potentially NFT can be used smartly to promote consensus and equity for the system participants. And the extended governance of capabilities of NFT is actually embedded in the programming code, or what they call smart contracts, that specify who are the creators, the ownership history, access rights, and use case conditions. All this information actually can be used to promote stakeholder inclusiveness and also foster social equity if they add value to the success of BTS and Hype. Okay, an overview of Hype digital strategies. The key aim is to build cultural platform capabilities, and summarizing what they are. Basically, they use the viewers platform to actually engage with fans. So it's very much about fandom engagement. And of course, they have the NFT exchange, which they partner with, I think it was Danumu or something like that, to share the exchange where they can issue and trade NFT resources. And then, of course, there's the live concert live streaming that we have experienced. Some of us we have experienced last year and even this year. And they sell music and merchandise through different online and physical channels. The end game of all these digital strategies, actually, at the end of the day, is to actually extend the label life cycle of BTS. In other words, their stardom. So, from Hype perspective, it's very much about economic sustainability. Okay, 2022, this year, now BTS is really at a crossroad. They can either decline as idols, or they can their stardom can be extended by using different strategies. And from our research, we anticipate that part of the digital strategy goals is actually to extend the life cycle of BTS stardom. So effectively, this is the overview of Hype digital strategy and the overall objectives. And especially when they go international, it can also reach out to larger markets for them, and it's also part of the life cycle extension add-on value. Okay, the NFT, let's zoom into the NFT strategy itself and what does it contain. From Hype perspective, why they want to invest in NFT? Okay, the reason is pretty obvious. It's all about money, 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 money. So they actually, NFT gives them additional revenue sources, new sources that they never experienced in the current business model. So they will get some sort of trading fees, whether it's brokerage fees or some intermediary fees. They also would automatically get the IP rights to all the BTS resources that's available online. And they also have rights. They can also charge publication channels like YouTube or Spotify or whatever, the rights to use BTS resources. And the exchange itself, they also earn other revenues in terms of exchange fees. And blockchain itself, because blockchain is based on governance design, and part of the features of blockchain is actually to ensure the social equity to system users who provide value to the blockchain applications, and to reward those system users who actually provide value. There's the concept of blockchain rewards or token rewards. So that's the sort of new revenue that Hype could potentially tap into if they go into NFT big time. However, there are risks involved as well too, risk and issues, okay? One of them is, yes, Hype will make lots of money, but are they gonna share the money equally? Currently, they don't. For example, when they first IPO the company itself, and understanding that BTS, contribute about 70% of Hype's revenue at the time, BTS, I think, get less than 3% of the IPO shares. Whereas the CEO at the time got about more than 30%, and there's another company which he has got a family member in it, get another 10 or 20% along those lines. So there's very much inequity of wealth sharing. And also, when Hype transact in NFT, the fandoms are also left out. Okay. Another issue is, BTS is as a crossroad. Whether their current diversification and centralization strategy work or not, we don't know. But if that doesn't work, then it will also impact Hype's NFT investment. If it works, then of course there's a different story. Okay, and NFT uses crypto wallets, which has some underlying cryptocurrency. And we've seen in the last couple of months, the cryptocurrency is so volatile, and any sort of fees and rewards that's actually collected to those crypto wallets could diminish in value when they convert it into real money. So that's another risk that Hype will face when they invest in NFTs. The last two presenters also highlighted about environmental concerns about NFTs. They actually create a lot of high carbon footprint, and something that the fans are concerned. So those are the sort of risk of Hype's NFT strategy. Okay. So if we're going to sort of redesign Hype's, or maybe add on to Hype's digital strategy in terms of the NFT investment and using SDLG principles of inclusiveness and sustainability, we can actually bring in the fans, because the fans actually produce creatives. BTS created, have the projects, they create a lot of social media, video, and even Web2 and things like that. Why can't we also, NFT those creativities and perhaps use Hype's platform to do what Hype is doing? And from such sort of empowerment of the fans to issue and trade in their own NFTs, so also encourage the sharing of wealth generated from NFT transactions. So that's one idea that we can sort of foster doing. And this conference, because all of us talk about BTS and all this kind of thing, directly and indirectly we are fans. So why can't we actually bring all the resources we have produced in this conference, NFT them, and build a business model that more or less is the same business model as Hype? So if you can't win them, join them. That's the beauty of what we're trying to do now. Okay. So what's the next step? Like I say, there are two projects running. We said definitely the project team is definitely interested in seeing how universities can come together and share their BTS or even other K-pop sort of creatives in terms of teaching resources, research papers and things like that, and see how we can actually sort of mimic Hype's approach in terms of issuing new NFT resources, and then perhaps trade them. Whether we want to trade them in the Hype's exchange or some exchange, we will look into all possibility, and any sort of revenue that's generated from the NFT exchange, we can sort of build a business model that actually promotes social equity and therefore an element of inclusiveness, and also in terms of sustainability, not only those fans creative help to sustain BTS success, but also they can crowdsource and raise money for their own army and project initiatives as well. And on the last note, anybody who is interested to collaborate with us, it's open, and we do invite you, and please contact us if you're interested in collaborating with us in this project. So that's about it in terms of our presentation. Any questions? So the moral story is you can't win them, join them. And the beauty about NFT, because it's built on blockchain, it actually has governance capabilities that you can leverage and promote the principles of SDG 9 or something else that you want to bring in terms of good governance principles.
Yeah, just who are in the academic area, you are invited to join this the project.
This project, yes. And Mona is going to be the project manager for it. I just help him. Yeah. Any questions from the floor?
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, I think this NFT topic, it's one of the really important managerial issues in terms of Hive's perspective, so because they're trying to diversify their income sources, as you know, and it had raised a lot of issues from the public. And there are a lot of ESG, SDG related issues associated with it. So I think it's very interesting to look at the different effects that this is going to bring on regarding different ESG issues. And yeah, I think Hive will actually be very important in seeing the results of this study. So thank you. So we will go on to our fourth presentation. Does environmental, social, and governance associate with firm value? Right, are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for today's previous opportunity and chance that the committee gave to us. Today I am Ragil with my colleague Jawid. Would like to present our ongoing paper with the title, Does Environmental, Social and Governance Associate with the Firm Value in the Case of Hive Corporation? Okay, we will start by explaining the background of our ongoing paper. Come on. Okay. Based on the International Trade Administration, one of the South Korea goals is to be the world leading exporter and importer of entertainment and media. The Korean pop, Korean movie, and drama are the most popular Korean entertainment throughout the world. We may know not a long time ago, like The Parasite becomes the first Korean movie achieving Oscar. However, actually, Parasite is not the starting point of the Korean entertainment agency. Instead of the movie, the spreading of Hallyu wave starting from the mid of 1990 to the mid of 2000 is the starting point of the Korean entertainment industry existence. The K-drama landed in Japan in 2003 when Winter Sonata drama aired. Meanwhile, Korean pop started to be famous with the appearance of boy band and girl bands such as Big Bang, Super Junior, SNSD, and other. However, before that, there are also the prior boy bands such as Sinhwa, Sekis, or HOT, which is the initial point of Korean entertainment agency existence. In the mid-2000s, there are three big Korean entertainment agencies, which are SM Entertainment, JYP Entertainment, and YG Entertainment that lead the Korean entertainment industry. And finally, in 2013, BTS debuted under Big Hit Entertainment, that now known as Hive Corporation. Okay. BTS opened a new chapter in the history of K-pop, and they becomes the first K-pop act to reach #1 on the US album charts. Besides, BTS become the most influential Korean boy band throughout the history, and the success cannot be separated from the Hive Entertainment role. So let's me introduce briefly the history of the Hive Corporation. So Hive Corporation founded in February 1st, 2005 as a Big Hit Entertainment, and during 2005 to 2022, Hive Entertainment becomes a very large company by creating a joint entertainment agency with CG and E&M, and debuted in Hype and Boy Band, and then acquired Source Music and become the majority shareholder for the Pledis Entertainment. And in March 2021, finally, Big Hit Entertainment changed their name to be the Hive Corporation. And since it's going public, Hive Corporation increases their net income from $77.6 million in 2020 to $118 million in 2021. This is also because of the success of their artists, not only BTS, but the other artists like the other boy band, the second boy band like Tomorrow by Together. And because of their success in music, BTS invited as a presidential envoy for future generation and culture, which providing an influence to the younger generation. And during the speech in the United Nations, BTS was treated rather than a brand fashion, which shows the responsibility to the environment. In terms of social responsibility, Hype Corporation as their entertainment agency has a CSR department which supports the artists to do social activities and award donation. And as a part of social responsibility, BTS and Hype Corporation also donates for the solidarity of Black Lives Matters, COVID-19 recovery, and other social activities. Actually, there are a lot of K-pop artists who become the UN ambassador for SDG. For SDGs, such as Tracy One from SM Entertainment become the ambassador for the UNICEF, and then not long time ago, like Blackpink from the YG Entertainment, appointed by the United Nations as the climate change ambassador. However, BTS is providing one of the biggest influence with the existence of their fans and fandom like an army. Keep going down. Yeah. It shows that the Hype manage their ESG, and BTS are also providing an influence to the company performance. Now, the question is, why do we choose Hype as our case study? Okay, the first is Hype Entertainment proved their existence, that entertainment is the strategic tool to use for introducing SDG and global citizenship to the young generation. Also, the prior research are conducted in checking the relationship between ESG and financial performance is a lot, but less is conducted focusing on entertainment industry. That's why we are conducting this study. And the question of our research is, there are 4 questions, which the first one is the ESG disclosure associated with financial performance or not, and then environmental, social, governance disclosure associated with financial performance. Okay, that's the thing. Now going to the research method, preliminary research result. My colleague Javed will explain. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, so you
hello?
will be continuing with the presentation,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
There is some, I think, can everyone see my screen? And thank you very much for a great opportunity. Let me talk a little bit about research methodology. Initially, we were decided to conduct a regression analysis to find out the relationship between companies' performance and ESG disclosures. However, due to the short span of time, and also we only focus on 2022 and 2021, so we could not able to conduct a comprehensive regression analysis. However, we decided to go with a descriptive statistics and also a literature review, which includes previous studies, news articles, and Entertainment Corporation website, and also other related reports. Yeah. So, this is an ongoing research. We have just looked at some primary results. So let's start with a summary of statistics. As we can see from the summary of statistics, the social and environmental disclosure, the mean value for average value for the social and environmental disclosure of the Hype Corporation is 10.6 and 13.5% respectively. However, the government disclosure is which is quite high, around 74%. Moving on, let's look at some descriptive statistics also by looking the relationship between ROE and ESG from a graphical descriptive perspective. As we can see, between 2020 and 2021, the ESG disclosure for the HYPE Corporation rose by almost 3%. However, return on equity of the company declined, and this is from primary findings. This is basically this decline on ROE is basically caused by the spread of COVID-19, which started in the late December 2019. Likewise, ROE of the return on asset of the company also declined between these 2 years, despite the rise on ESG disclosure score of the company. Furthermore, this decline in these two important ratio affected the liquidity ratio of the company, which also caused a 1% decline on the liquidity ratio of the company between these 2 years. If we look at the profit margin of the company between these 2 years, this is a gross profit margin. It's not a net profit margin. Gross profit margin has risen between these 2 years, between 2020 and 2021. However, if we take a net profit margin, the result will be different, considering the other ratio which declined between these 2 years. Furthermore, if we look at the particularly profit per employee of the company, it declined significantly from in 2020. In 2020, profit per employee was above $200,000 USD. However, in 2020, it is almost like a $175,000, which reflects and shows a significant decline in profit per employee of the company. So, with this, we would like to conclude our presentation that despite increase in the ESG disclosure score between 2020 and 2021, performance of the company declined. For example, ROE, and also liquidity ratio has decreased between these 2 years, and we found out this is basically mainly due to the COVID-19 outbreak, which put a great constraint on the entertainment company performance, not only particularly talking of in Korea and also generally around the world. Furthermore, we have also found that, as it's explained by the Andika, HYPE Corporation is more engaged on social and environmental activities. For example, by involving in a campaign of Black Lives Matters and involving in some other humanitarian activities and also helping others. At this point, let me highlight one more thing, that this is an ongoing research. This is a preliminary result. We are going to look more on each of those ESG part, like environment, social, and governance separately, and its relationship with the performance of company, and what are the other factors rather than ESG will have contributed to the decline of the performance of the company between these 2 years. And also we will be looking at different literatures also, which shows the relationship between the performance of the company ESG more in details. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, one of the major interests of companies is whether these ESG initiatives, how is it going to impact firm performance? So this was a very meaningful research. Thank you. So we will have our last presenter for this session. Bangtan Style Brand Reputation, How HYBE Uses Technology as a Lifestyle Worldwide Company. So do we...
Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Good morning to you. Good night to me. I'm Gabby Nichols. I'm talking from Brazil. And it's night here. It's 11 p.m. And I'm gonna talk about the brand reputation and use of technology from HYBE. But before I start, I just want to share an information that HYBE just recently opened a sale from a photo book of Jungkook, just now 11 o'clock, and less than 5 minutes, the photo book just sold out. So this is the brand reputation. I'm talking about brand reputation, and we're talking about products that sold out in less than 5 minutes. So it's something that we need to consider in the power of BTS, the power of the members. And let's go. I want to thank you all to be here. Thank you all people that are offline looking at, and thank you all the others that are presenting, the researchers, very good researchers, amazing works, amazing papers. And I want to thank you all for this opportunity. And we are here sharing about this amazing group, and with so strong values and so strong messages that change a lot of lives. And just for you to know that I'm Brazilian, I'm talking from Rio de Janeiro. I'm international relations analyst, and I'm foresight researcher talking about future scenario. And I'm a specialist in electronic law, personal data, and I have a bachelor in law also. So it's just for you to know who am I. And let's talking about, I'm here talking about technologies because we could see the changing of the world with the pandemics, with COVID, and we testified the increase of online communities, the cyber nomads now, 5G internet, this new generation, and all of these just accelerate something that it was a kind of reality. We are seeing people talking about metaverse, and I just remember that about 2005 we had Second Life game, and Second Life, it's kind of a species of metaverse, not exactly the metaverse how we are seeing now, but it's a virtual world, world with social interaction. And metaverse is basically a virtual world with social interaction, but we have augmented reality, we have virtual reality, we have artificial intelligence, and all of this. We also have a few structures of smart cities and Internet of Things. All of these working together for a new reality, a new social reality. So we are testifying, we are watching the social context changing. And with this change, we could see stage performances and music platforms, streaming platforms, high quality videos. People start to be more demanding on quality, and we are gonna see through this presentation that people start to change a little the behavior online. And I have some examples of holograms. My research started with a hologram with the Mnet Music Awards end of the year of 2020 Sugar's holograms. So all this concert start this research, and I've been through Hatsune Miku at Coachella. She was on stage. She's a hologram and was on stage with a real band. We had in 2012 a Tupac, but Tupac with Snoop Dogg wasn't exactly a hologram. It was a 2D projection. It's called Pepper's Ghost. This was with a team that movies technology, so it wasn't exactly a hologram, but I think it was interesting because it looked like a hologram, but it's 2 dimensions. And we have some metaverse avatars with Post Malone, Ariana Grande in Fortnite. We have Justin Bieber, and we're gonna talk it again about metaverse. I'm showing this, but we are gonna talk it again. I want to share for you to see this video. It's less than 1 minute. This video is this hologram. This was the whole point of this research. We can see how this works. It's a volumetric 3D. A volumetric 3D hologram. So it's completely different. I never saw something like that. We were watching the performance, and suddenly there was a hologram there. So this was amazing. And this was what I'm talking about. This is a completely different stage performance. And this all because Hybe have a very good use of technology. Is a company that tried to be put itself as a trendsetter and have a very innovative culture with many groups. Hybe is not exactly just BTS. We know very well that we have NHypen, Tomorrow Together. We have now the recent girl groups, Le Sserafim and New Jeans. We have very many artists working at Hybe in his subsidiaries. And we have Hybe in America with Ithaca Records. And Hybe is not just BTS, but BTS is the biggest. That's the most known name of Hybe. So they became a worldwide phenomenon. Not only music, BTS now it's a phenomenon of a lifestyle. BTS is a lifestyle. Being an ARMY is a lifestyle. They dominate the art of storytelling and deliver original content with a real message. The whole thing about BTS is the message they have. They do a connection with us, with the fandom, with us, because I am ARMY. So we could actually have a real connection with them. The message and the music, the videos and runs and reverse interaction, Instagram posts, all of these, they use the transmedia storytelling. And also they have business ambassadors as Louis Vuitton, Huawei, Hyundai, Samsung, all of this is everything connected with the message they have of social engagement, environment engagement. We could saw here with previous presentation that they are engaged, social engaged, environment engaged. So all of these, they have this influential, they have influence on people. And they do a very good use with new technologies. As we saw the hologram, they do this good use of technology. So they have an innovative background. They deliver authentic content, messages that is not so usual for us to see in pop music. Songs that talk about human issues, and not so common in pop. So this is part of their brand. It's part of their story, but this generates a connection in a multimodal narrative. I'm talking about all of this because we have gaming, webtoon. They have digital code content, online content. Weverse 2.0 is the new platform, social platform. They use Instagrams, and now they are investing in NFT, and Seoul is investing in metaverse, Seoul and other cities. We could see here, game is not a new idea. They have gaming, they have BTS World, they have BTS Island, and a lot of groups have gamings, a lot of people have gamings, but the point about BTS is the story they deliver. And I'm bringing here this permission to dance on stage live viewing because this was this was a tool they use to use technology. Right, we are in the pandemics, we are in isolation, and we weren't able to go to concerts, so they took the concert to us. They delivered the concert to us. I was in the movie, I was there watching that, and this is completely social experience. This is an experience, this uses technology. This is not a new technology, but it's a streaming technology. It's a movie. And it was a completely new experience. It's almost an immersive experience. So just imagine you took this experience of concert experience and put that in metaverse. And when people can actually interact with them, and people can actually go on concerts, stay online with them on concert. Because technology came to help, how can I say? Technology is a way to bring people near and share message. Technology helps to mitigate social difference. So technology, when technology are evolving, became more accessible, and people who usually can or couldn't be online or be on stage can make use of technology, can make use of online tools.
Okay, Gab, you should wrap up in about a minute. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. All of this technology can bring people near, can also reduce the use of plastics and reduce the merch, reduce the way we could saw JYP doing that. They told recently that they wasn't sell merch anymore, sell physical albums, only digital. So this is a use of technology to reduce the environmental impact. And this is connected with BTS approach. BTS as UN ambassadors, they have their message of environmental, of environment engagement. So this is something that the HYBE is looking at to go into be more aligned with this approach. And just to finish, all of this connection, all of this technology is good using because of social network. Technology is made to improve our life. Technology can help people who are unable to stay with, especially in pandemics, people who wasn't able to stay connected offline, stay with other people because of some health issues. We can stay connected online. So technology improve that. Technology can help that. And if we one day get to a concert on Metaverse, with an evolving of, we saw with Ariana Grande, we saw Post Malone concert. Imagine a BTS concert in Metaverse. They can go everywhere. They can be omnipresent. And they can do on stage concert in Seoul or I don't know, Jamshid Stadium, and everyone around the world, people who are able to be there, can be there. So technology can do that. Can took people who are able to be there. And just to finish with some quotes that Mr. Banks, you said that HYBE, it means evolving as a music agent, tech innovator, and creative powerhouse all at once. Not just a label. It's not just a music company. It's a lifestyle company. So a deeper engagement can create collective intelligence and consumer of content. It's about content. It's about what they deliver. It's about technology being used to improve people's lives.
Okay. Sorry, for the sake of time, I think I will have to cut you off. I'm sorry. Thank you, Gab. I'm also really looking forward to how HYBE can utilize all these technology to come up with new services for the fans that could engage them more deeply. So we finished all 5 presentations for this session, but we're not going to end just yet. Dr. Bu has actually really worked hard to organize this track, and Kaspa actually worked with 2 groups for arranging this track. So the collaborators are the R3 Journal and the Bangtan Scholars Academy. So we have here Courtney Lazor, who also really worked hard to organize this, and she's going to talk about her 2 groups. So we will have a short word from her. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Oh, haven't used my voice for a while. Hello, my name is Courtney Lazor. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person today, but I helped out a little bit with the organization for this conference track, and myself and some of the other track organizers are involved in a couple of other Army projects, and so we just wanted to take this opportunity to say that we're grateful for this opportunity to collaborate with others on this conference track and for the chance to highlight these programs that we're part of. So first, I'll briefly introduce Bangtan Scholars. Myself and Cecilia Perez, who already presented at this conference, are 2 of the founding members, and we're happy to share a little bit here. Bangtan Scholars is a place for current and aspiring scholars of BTS to connect, inspire, and grow together. We hope to create a collaborative network that empowers those engaging in or interested in BTS scholarship to promote their work, exchange ideas, and expand knowledge across different disciplines around the world. So you can follow us on Twitter at Pangtan Scholars, and our website is currently down, but it will be back up in the near future. You can always find us there. Once we get that up and going, we have a couple of other exciting projects that are coming soon, so we hope that we will connect with some of you online there. And the other organization that I will introduce, I have a brief statement from one of their representatives, is the R3 Journal. So R3 is an open access journal that provides a space for interdisciplinary scholarly work, original creative pieces, and personal narratives that examine the art and impact of BTS and their fan base ARMY. R3 is dedicated to empowering fans with the means to engage in rigorous critical discourse and to introducing newcomers to BTS and ARMY. Submissions are currently closed, but R3 hopes to open them up again soon and encourages everyone from this conference, speakers and attendees alike, to visit the website and consider submitting. The website is the r3journal.com, and that's the number 3, so the r3journal.com. Again, thank you to the Korean Academic Society of Business Association for hosting this track and for giving us the opportunity to work together.
Hey, thank you, Courtney. We will conclude this session, and thank you everyone for your participation. And we have the following sessions in the afternoon, so we hope to see you there too. Thank you.
We will have a
back.
being your moderator for today's panel. We have, according to our schedule, we have 5 presenters, but I believe this has been slightly revised, so we will have 4 main presentations for today. To begin, we will have Rachel Kirsch, who will be presenting on advertising, Army, and authenticity, the use of alternative marketing forms to connect with the fans and lead a generation. Please welcome Rachel to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel Kirsch. I'm a senior creative strategist at Fractal, which is a content marketing agency in the United States. And today I'm going to be talking about how BTS and HYBE have leveraged alternative forms of marketing in order to demonstrate their commitment to sustainable development goals, as well as how they have attracted a younger consumer and fan base. So to start, we need to sort of establish that the MC generation, millennials and Gen Z, are more compelled than previous generations to really care about these 3 things: economic equality, environmental protectionism, and diversity and inclusion. And these aren't just an idealistic framework that they think about, these are ways that they are actively going about their day-to-day life. So a study has found that 4 out of 5 people in this generation are looking at a company's sustainability and ethics when deciding whether or not to support that brand. So it's really important that if a company hopes to attract this demographic, that they really show this commitment. However, attracting this brand can be, or this demographic can be really difficult. A study has shown that we see an average of 4,000 to 10,000 ads per day. And that's going to be even more for the MZ generation who have likely grown up watching television. They're spending all their time on their phone or on the internet. So in order to get their attention, you really need to implement a unique strategy. So that's where alternative forms of marketing come in. And with alternative forms of marketing, we're looking at creating a mutually beneficial experience for both the company and the consumer by creating a marketing product that's already desirable by the consumer. So the first form I'm going to talk about today is content marketing. And so content marketing is any sort of content, article, blog, video that's created by the company, and it's not with the direct intent of promoting the brand, but instead it's supposed to be entertaining or informative content that's hoping to engage consumers. And it can also diversify the information on your website or whatever form you choose to create it in, because it doesn't have to be specifically about your brand. And so what makes this so appealing to the MZ generation is that they can find content that they like, that they enjoy, and interact with it, and then through that form an opinion about the brand. So HYBE and BTS are doing this mainly through Weverse magazine. So if you don't know, Weverse is a social networking site owned by HYBE, and they also run a music publication platform. And they cover reviews and global music news. And the way BTS and HYBE are really leveraging this is by putting exclusive interviews and in-depth coverage of BTS activities that you wouldn't typically see in Western media. They also have HYBE EDU, which is a Korean language and culture learning platform. They create their material through taking clips of previously released BTS content, such as Run or In the Soup or Bon Voyage, and using a turn of phrase or a recipe that they make as a way to inform mostly international ARMY about the Korean context and the Korean culture that's there. And they're soon going to be taking this content offline as they're preparing to release a physical cookbook, including recipes from the shows. So like I said, when we're looking at content marketing, this is a mutually beneficial experience. So there are going to be benefits for ARMY and benefits for HYBE. So for ARMY, you're going to have sort of any sort of background information, any sort of behind-the-scenes content ARMY is always going to appreciate. And particularly with this, for international ARMY, when they're getting to understand the culture around BTS, the context around BTS, and get a more nuanced understanding, that's always something that ARMY is going to appreciate. For HYBE, by writing stories about BTS, they're able to better control the narrative instead of leaving it up to someone else. But also when we look at content marketing, one way we measure success is through the publications that cover that content. So that first white screenshot that I've shown, that's what we call a backlink. So this was published, American magazine called Nylon wrote a story about BTS, and they linked the RM interview on Weavers. So now when the average nylon reader goes through, if they want to learn more information, they click on the link, it takes them to Weavers. That increases the traffic to Weavers, increasing BTS brand awareness, increasing HYBE brand awareness. And then I've also included 2 more screenshots from NME and Billboard, 2 other music publications, covering the release of the recipe book. And again, this was content that was originally created for the fans, but has now led to more exposure for the brand by having publications pick it up. So the next form I'm going to talk about is experiential marketing. And so this is when a brand or a company puts on an event or an experience for the consumer to directly participate in. And there are 2 main forms of this. One is public, anyone is invited, and the second would be private, where only a select number of influencers from the desired demographic are invited. So an example of this private event would be J-Hope's Jack in the Box release party recently, where obviously that was an open invitation, only a few people got to go, but from the social media post afterwards, the hype around the album was increased incredibly because those people got to go and experience the album. However, we generally consider a public event to be more effective, as when a person gets to go and establish that relationship and actually participate, they're going to create a lasting memory, like, wow, that was so much fun. And when they think back on the brand, they're going to think about those lasting memories. So for experiential marketing and BTS, I'm going to talk about Permission to Dance the City Las Vegas, which was a 2-week festival that HYBE and BTS did in Las Vegas to coincide with their 4 concerts at Allegiant Stadium. And there are a number of different events that went on. A pop-up experience, a pop-up restaurant, photography exhibit, show at the Bellagio, hotel rooms, restaurant, and all of these are examples of experiential marketing. All of these were ways that ARMY got to experience the brand physically, but I'm just going to focus on 2 right now. So the first is the pop-up experience. What made this special was that it was completely free, so anyone could go, anyone could attend, and then there were a bunch of different photo stages around the area, BTS themed, Las Vegas themed, and even some recreations of popular BTS music video sets. So it was a really great opportunity for ARMY to go and really immerse themselves in the world of BTS. And the second one was Cafe in the City, which was a pop-up restaurant at the Mandalay Bay by Korean Michelin star chef Baek Sung-wook. And this provided ARMY, predominantly American ARMY, who may not have the opportunity in their home region, to try Korean dishes that were purported to be the members' favorite. And so when we're looking at the benefits, again, ARMY benefits are pretty self-explanatory in this one. They're getting to have these really life-changing, incredible experiences, meet fans. I've included a couple of screenshots of tweets from the pop-up experience, just showing how much fans really appreciated the opportunity to sort of engage in content with that way. And when we're looking at high benefits, when we talk specifically about Cafe in the City, we're looking at an opportunity to support Korean culture abroad. And as we talked about earlier, that's one of the 3 priorities that MZ have, is that sort of commitment to diversity and inclusion. They're going abroad and they're saying, we're sticking to our Korean roots, we're not going to be globalized. But they also have a substantial amount of natural and organic social media exposure from these events. So I've included 2 screenshots of hashtags on TikTok. So the first one is hashtag PTDLA, which was the hashtag that ARMY used to cover their experiences in LA during the December 2021 concerts. And as you can see, that has 97.5 million views. And those series of concerts had no extra activities. However, when we look at the hashtag PTD Las Vegas, which was the hashtag used in April, it has 422.8 million views. So it's 4 times the greater number exposure, the greater number engagement. Just by hosting those events, they were really able to reach a much larger portion of people. And so finally, I'm going to talk about collaborative marketing, which, as the name suggests, is when 2 brands collaborate with one another. The benefits of this are the ability not only to access your co-collaborator's audience, but also to diversify the topics that you're known to be talking about, and as well as to align on any sort of shared values. The MZ generation, when we're looking at the younger generation, why this appeals to them, it's been shown that they really love to be fans. I'm part of a fan community. So when you have 2 brands that you're a fan of collaborating together, that's going to be super exciting. But also when you have a brand that you're not a fan of collaborating with a brand you're a fan of, it provides an opportunity for you to become a new fan, which is also exciting. So BTS has done a lot of collaborations in their career. I can't cover them all. I am just going to focus today on 2 collaborations that they've done with SDGs in mind. So first is their goal of the century Hyundai campaign for the 2022 World Cup. This is a campaign by Hyundai to support a sustainable future, and BTS and Steven Gerrard are the ambassadors. So when we're talking about collaborative marketing as a form of alternative marketing, we're looking at all parties benefiting. So Hyundai benefits by getting the support and attention from Global Army. BTS benefit by being played during the World Cup, so they're exposed to soccer fans. They're also able to link themselves to SDGs. And Army benefit by getting new BTS content. It's been rumored there will be a new song released for this campaign. And then an older campaign is the BTS Love Myself campaign with UNICEF. Again, UNICEF got the support of BTS, and BTS was able to speak at the UN twice on behalf of UNICEF, so that really introduced them to media outlets and people that they likely would not be exposed to had they not had this collaboration happen. So when we're looking at benefits for collaborative marketing, obviously, new BTS content is always going to be exciting to ARMY, but there's also more of a subtle benefit of when ARMY sees BTS collaborating specifically in these SDG campaigns as someone who supports SDGs, they're reaffirmed and reassured that liking BTS is a good decision. It's a decision that they can reasonably and in good conscience continue to make, and that's invaluable. And that's also kind of a benefit for HYBE, is that when a shareholder or consumer feels that they are promoting sustainability or economic equality, then they can in good conscience continue to support this company. But in a less cynical, less marketing-focused way, it's just a good opportunity for BTS and HYBE to use their platform to affect positive social change. So I'm in no way able to cover all of the alternative marketing campaigns that they've done. And a lot of you might not even think about some of these campaigns as marketing campaigns, but I've included a couple of upcoming and recent ones so that you can see kind of how they use this content as marketing material. So last weekend, BTS and Formula E partnered for the 2022 Seoul E-Prix. This was beneficial to BTS as it introduced them to Formula E fans who may not be aware of them, and it also was able to link them with sustainability because of the electronic vehicles. Jin is currently collaborating with MapleStory. It introduces BTS fans to MapleStory and MapleStory fans to BTS. There's the In the Soup experience, where ARMY will be able to go visit the grounds where season 2 of In the Soup was filmed. And so when they watch that show again, or where they think back on BTS, they'll remember all the good times they had getting to be on the grounds. And finally, BTS and Samsung have recently released a new collaboration this past weekend. The advertising for the new Galaxy Z Flip 4 was aired in 5 different cities around the world on these massive billboards. Hundreds of ARMYs turned out to watch, obviously great support for Samsung, and then BTS will continue to benefit by having these ads continually played. So those are all the campaigns I'm going to cover for today. Thank you guys so much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Rachel. Are there any questions from the floor for our speaker? No? I have one. So you mentioned in your title, and thank you for the presentation. I think it's great to look at what you mentioned as alternative marketing forms. And I'm particularly interested in the title where you point to authenticity. And so I'm wondering if you could expand a little bit about how, I don't know if it's a specific alternative marketing form or maybe it's just the combination that influences authenticity, and in what ways that might actually be unique to BTS.
So when we're looking at alternative marketing forms as being more authentic, it's kind of under the impression that when you present the content made, you're not looking specifically to entice the consumer to make a decision. Like, the content would still be valuable even without that. So it sort of removes the pressure or any sort of underhandedness of being like, we are trying to convince you to do a certain thing. And I think that because BTS has primarily resorted to alternative marketing campaigns, you don't see, I mean, you see some, but you don't see a lot of BTS billboards or a lot of BTS ads. You see a lot of more experience-based or content-based marketing. It shows that they're less inclined to try to trick you into supporting them and more inclined into encouraging you and showing you why you should support them. And that's where I think the authenticity comes from.
Great, thank you so much. And I'm sure that if you have additional questions about marketing and BTS, Rachel will be here to answer some of your questions. Thank you again. And that's a great segue to our second presentation by Taisia Chaikina, and she will be presenting on marketing and customer brand co-creation as tools for SDG achievement in the case of BTS and ARMY. Please welcome Taisia to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Taisia. Thank you for the introduction, Professor Jun. I will be talking about marketing and customer brand co-creation as tools for SDGs achievement, and I will look at the case of BTS and ARMY in this context. We'll take a brief look at celebrity marketing in general to have some background, as well as a stakeholder model. And I'll show you the model I came up with it. It's a preliminary model, I'm still working on it, but I will share it with you in this context too. First of all, celebrity and influencers marketing is not a new form of marketing. Celebrities help to promote products for a long time. But nowadays, influencers is like a big business. In 2022, it was more than 15 billion USD, and most of the money spent online, because now companies understand that younger generations are easier to reach through online sources in the internet than usual sources used or advertisements. And also from 2012 to 2021, there was an increase of 61% of the time people spend daily on social media. So that's why influencers marketing and celebrity marketing are very effective forms to reach out to wider audiences. And even UN uses this technique. You can see the photos of some SDG advocates that officially help to promote the mission. As you can see, there are people from different backgrounds. There's an influencer who works with like human rights, and there is also Blackpink. They're another K-pop group. So they reach the different audiences that might be familiar with them and help to raise awareness about SDGs, as well as increase engagement and booster innovative development of ideas. But there are some challenges to influence and celebrity marketing. That's why some organizations and companies do not onboard it quickly. First is that generally younger generations are very skeptical. They have a lot of information and they browse through it, and if they see something as not trustworthy and they cannot find support to the information they are seeing online, they will flag it as greenwashing or maybe not trustworthy source. So a lot of organizations, they go with risk avoidance because they're afraid of possible backlash in social media that can turn back on them, as well as wasting funds on a campaign that might be not successful or even harmful for the reputation. On this slide, you can see actually a successful example. In 2016, a movie Before the Flood was released, and the main narrator was Leonardo DiCaprio. And the thing is, he was chosen as a messenger, and it is one of the reasons of the success of this movie that called attention to climate change, because he's well-known advocate for environmental issues. He is a philanthrope, so people believed him and trusted in the message he was conveying for this movie. And you can see the numbers of the views. So it was a global release that was on several platforms, from National Geo TV to YouTube and Amazon. So it had a great reach to the audiences. On YouTube, there were 7 million views of the movie. And they also had a social activation campaign that helped to promote the movie and the message sent to the audiences, that everyone can be a part of the change. So they used hashtag Before the Flood, and for every comment that had that hashtag, National Geographic, they donated $1. So a total of $100,000 was donated to the cause of fighting environmental change. But as I mentioned, there are also some risks coming with using influencers in their campaigns. You can see an example from PepsiCo campaign, Live for Now Moments, from 2017. The messenger is also a very famous person, Miss Kendall Jenner. She's one of top influencers on Instagram. She's connected to the younger generations. A lot of people follow her. However, the ad was aimed at socially conscious millennials, and it received major backlash in the social networks because of the portraying of a model in this ad. People didn't have information of her being involved in such social actions, so it came across as not very not very genuine. So the Pepsi had to then release a message apologizing, explaining that the campaign was aimed to give the message of positivity, and they apologized to Miss Kendall Jenner also for putting her in the position she was because of the ad. So coming from this, there are several questions when it comes to using celebrities and influencers to help promote certain causes. First of all would be what factors should be included in the process of planning such campaign. Also, how marketing efforts could help, should be focused on certain segments of shareholders, and how it could help to do customer brand co-creation and promote SDGs together with the audience. Which segments of customers it makes sense to focus on, and how companies can engage their stakeholders, or customers in this case, more in the brand co-creation process for more effective SDGs promotion. Here is the summary of celebrity marketing for SDGs. OECD came up with the 5 core things to take into consideration when planning a campaign. First of all, the goal should be clear and it should be realistic. So if it's a campaign to promote SDGs, then what should be measured is not likes or new audiences, but actually if there's a quality conversation about SDGs that's fueled by the campaign that you launched. The second would be who will be the best to voice the message. As we've seen, just a person with a lot of reach or with a big audience following is not always the correct choice. So there are various factors that can be considered to choose celebrity, influencer, or even employee of the company to have an authentic message. The next one is kind of linked to the second one, so it should be the right influencer with the right campaign and the right information on SDGs, so that it doesn't happen that the person doesn't fully understand what the goal of the campaign and can convey the message in the most relatable way for the audience. There's also a possibility to use influencer marketing agencies because they're specialized on working and planning such activities. And also each collaboration should be seen as a long-term investment, because if you work with the same influencer or celebrity for a long time, this person becomes more familiar with your brand and can better convey the message. You can see here the first preliminary model that just combines what I talked about, the campaign, planning the campaign. So company or brand should think about clear goals, set them, and see who matches these goals, who can voice it the best, and provide the right information to the influencer they chose. And here I added customer or stakeholder. So it comes from the stakeholder capitalism. It was elaborated a bit, and there was a model for stakeholder representation for value creation. It focused on different aspects that the companies should think of when they think about how to create value with the use of their stakeholders. And basically they should think about customers' objectives, their beliefs about the company, and they should evaluate actual behavior and what impact it has on the company, as well as competitive threats, so how it can change and affect a company in a negative way, as well as the cooperative potential. So how they could, it's like a perfect scenario. So how can they impact the behavior of the customer so that it changes in a way that it benefits the company? If we talk about this segmentation in this context of SDGs, you can see the two groups of customers that it makes sense to focus on. There were various studies, and they found out that when we're talking about environmentally conscious people, etc., there are two main groups. One are called a lifestyle of health sustainability. So these are people who live sustainable lives. It's a choice. They pay a lot of attention to the accuracy of information. They're very vocal if they find some inaccuracies. There is actually a big chunk of population who are part of this group. And the next one is younger professionals. They are active on social media. They're driven by trends, so they're not exactly living the lifestyle of sustainability, but they do find it an interesting subject, especially if it's trending on social media. And they're responsive to positive communication and engage with less skepticism. So these two groups are the ones that it makes sense to focus on. And why Generation MZ? Because they actually fit their profile. So first of all, it's the largest customer group by 2030. There were several studies and they found that Generation MZ is actually ready to pay for CSR. So they're ready to pay extra if the companies are more responsible without expecting anything in return, as long as they can find information that supports the cause they're paying for. And they also want to find supporting information easily on the internet, so they don't have to search for too long. They can just go and verify what they're being told. And here's the preliminary model taking into consideration the brand co-creation part. So where we used to have interactions between the company and customer, it's actually interactions with the goal of creating sustainability. So from the side of the brand, there will be marketing practices, sustainable product, service, supply chain, engagement online, offline. So basically, companies should embed sustainability in various points of contact with their customers. And they should engage them and try to produce the content that might be interesting for them to participate and to provide learning opportunities. And from customer side, it would be engagement with the brand and sustainable consumption, as well as personal connection. This will go from values, if they match with the brand or what they're trying to convey in the campaign, and if they're ready to learn from what they're seeing. And brand interactivity is basically if they're responding to the learning opportunities that the brand creates for them. And in this context, actually, Hype and BTS and ARMY is a very good example, because Hype was one of the first companies who used an innovative and alternative marketing approach. They used alternative platforms like YouTube, Twitter, and Naver from the start. That's why they have such a reach to younger generations. And BTS has a great following on Twitter, YouTube. You can see the numbers of millions of followers there. And they're familiar not only to the Asian public or only in Korea, they're actually globally recognized artists. And the ARMY is also known to be one of the diverse fan bases and very influential and active. You can see the map below. This is actually all the charities or any social campaigns that the ARMY involved in. So oftentimes when BTS donates money, the ARMY actually matches that, I'm sorry, matches that donation. And a lot of ARMY members, as you can see from the data on this slide, they're actually from Generation MZ, so all that was mentioned about Generation MZ is actually applicable to them. So they're present in their social networks, they search for authentic content, they're ready to engage with matters that contribute to better social actions and like environmental actions, all of that. And I will bring just one example here. One of the recent ones is BTS speech at the UN General Assembly. And I think it's very important to mention, like, they were assigned as special envoys for culture and future generations. And the reason for the success is that they're really representing their generation. So speaking the same language, they have their bond with their followers, with a fan base. One of the studies said that they actually involved in social innovation together. So this bond, it created a special networking environment. So that's why it allows them to bring so much audience to their events. I mentioned there was social activation campaign, and they used a similar technique here. So they actually asked ARMY what they want them to convey on this assembly. There were many views on the videos live once the assembly took place and also afterwards. Yeah, and you can see the summary of preliminary funding. So marketing can be deployed to promote sustainability more effectively. I will skip and go straight to Hype, BTS and ARMY. So they're a good case because they already are engaged, and you can see a lot of engagement and interactivity. What the next step would be is to see in more details the campaigns and to see if there was really SDG conversations. If the posts, the videos, etc., they fueled conversations about sustainability, and how the model could be modified, or if there are some elements that are missing. For example, supply chain, if Hype could contribute more through embedding sustainability in supply chain, or in learning opportunities for the ARMY, for example. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Taisia. Are there any questions from our audience members? No? I have a question. Thank you again for your presentation, and especially when it comes to kind of crafting a model based on the existing understanding between marketing and customers. I'm wondering if you could expand a little bit more on when you were looking at the two major segments. For example, those with kind of a lifestyle, a sustainable lifestyle versus those drifters. So maybe they're kind of engaged in the trend, but maybe not so much blended in the actual lifestyle. I'm wondering if, based on the model, would that require different marketing strategies based on that market kind of customer segment? I'm just curious. And then by extension, would that also have implications to how we would think about BTS and ARMY? Because, as you mentioned, it's such a kind of diverse fan base.
Thank you for the question. It will depend on the campaign, because it will depend on the goals set for the campaign and what audience hype or BTS will be trying to reach in terms of that campaign, because there are a lot of similarities between the two groups. So they're interested in social, environmental, governmental issues and how they affect wider audiences. They're ready to contribute to those issues if they see that it's authentic message and it's truly a good cause. However, one of the groups would be more skeptical. So if younger professionals, as long as they see the message and they can find supporting information, they would just follow, especially if it's one of the most influential groups conveying the message. The second group would be on board, but there will be a bit more of checking the accuracy of information there. So those campaigns would have to be planned a little bit more carefully, I would say, because even lack of information can be seen as greenwashing. So it doesn't have to be like incorrect information. For them, just not having the info there would be enough to flag the campaign as not following or commenting something online. And this is what many companies are afraid of. They're afraid that instead of like getting positive effect, they will have a backlash or like negative comments they will have to overturn. And that's going to be much harder than just the first interaction with the customers.
Okay, thank you so much. Another round of applause for Taisia. Thank you very much. And we now have our third presentation for today by our very own esteemed and distinguished Dr. Bu Kyung-hee. And she'll be speaking about flow and happiness, the major drive of BTS fan ARMY's voluntary pro-social behavior. So please welcome Dr. Bu to the podium.
Good afternoon. I was very prepared for the upcycling event and also for this conference, but not for this paper presentation. I'm shamefully saying that it's a preliminary study. I have a lot more steps to go from here, but this is some of the survey results based on my research model. And everybody is saying about ESG, and we are pushing companies to do more ESG acts, and also UN, as you know, started to emphasize not only the company but also the consumers themselves need to be more cautious about using some kind of a product that hurts the environment. So, but the problem is they are pushing the consumer and both companies and pushing in a way that we should do something like recycling or the overt kind of a behavior, and they haven't not much looked at the inside of the people's mind. So actually, materialism is very, very related to the green attitude and in the other directions, in negative way. So if you wanted to buy something, own something, then it will ruin the environment much more, right? So many people actually have studied on these issues. And the experiential goods, on the other hand, well, because you are using time instead of the products. So you will be more green kind of a consumer than the people with a materialistic kind of a attitude and behavior. So many other studies recently saying that for that reason, experiential goods are really related to the happiness of people. And on the other way around, the materialistic value has a negative correlation. This is an interesting point. If you have a materialistic kind of an attitude, then you are against to be into really something, like you are not immersed into anything too deep. So this is the point where I got the idea. And because experiential consumption, like a time consumption, whether it's a gaming or whatever, the sports fans, they are highly into themselves than to others. So that made you have more intrinsic kind of a motivation than extrinsic motivation. So here comes the flow. The flow is the concept that you are into something, you are immersed into something. And well, actually, this is my own experience. I spent about 10 hours a day to look at the BTS music video or what other related one for six months and more, even more than that. So I was thinking, why am I doing this? And it leads me to organize all this conference also. The immersion into something is really that useless. That's the question that I had for the last 4 years. I've been into this fandom for 4 years. So, but in fandom study, the flow is well used as a good thing for people to be in the fandom, have a really sense of competence or confidence. So even though it's a game, like a VS very recent study saying that even the people in gaming, they through the gaming, I always scold my son to too much gaming for too much gaming, but now I understand a little bit of that because it boosts the sense of competence through this immersion into something. But is immersion into something always good? That's also my question, because it depends, on what you are immersed into. Like in many studies, has a criticism on the social media because they are compared with somebody, so you don't have the intrinsic motivation from comparing myself to others' look and something like that. So I would like to see what's happening. But recently I found a model to explain this that is closest to my thinking. That is this person. This research is about, let me see, these pro-social behaviors. They said that they will eventually go to positive affective, like a happiness like that. But they wouldn't say anything about the flow, but they said that they'll give autonomy by indulging into or engaging into the pro-social behavior. But they will have this moral self-appraisal. So I'm a good person because I'm doing this social, works or voluntary works. So they argue that the pro-social behavior will go to the moral self-appraisal, and then they will get to their, good feeling about themselves and happiness and satisfaction. And I was wondering, so kind of a moral self-appraisal can be related to the Bangtan universe, because Bangtan always raise questions about yourself and many social issues. And then I am thinking more about as a mediating factor, floor. Where is it? Oops, sorry. Floor is a very important factor here. So I am questioning, is it possible to have a model like, if somebody's happy, whatever the reason, happy, or because of the flaw, would they be more into pro-social behavior? So the other way around. That's my model. And it's a big model, so it's a beginning stage of my research. So this is the model. So for this presentation, I'll only present from this and that. But I am not yet getting into the intrinsic and extrinsic motivation yet in this study. And I have to apologize for my samples because I was collecting my data, within a short time. So I'm still collecting my data. So it's not really balanced data itself, but it can show you something that I was hypothesizing. And total of 226 people, and everything is balanced, and I think it actually represents the reality, because there is much more female than male in the fandom mostly, right? And I couldn't get any more international people. So even I went to the MTalk to do, but I found that I'm not going to use the MTalk for this kind of a study anymore because many people came for money to get the rewards. So same people answered like 5 or 6 times. So I actually deleted a little bit of that, but I can't control all of the answers. But I admit that this is not a balanced data. And what do you expect? Maybe I'll go the next one first. Certainly, there's a main effect of flow comes because high flow group that is measured by how many times do you consume in a day, or how long and how much, how when you are into the fandom. So we usually say the 입덕 초기, and how many times did you spend, something like that. So 3 different measurements, and it says, as you can see, high flow group, so always use a lot more time, and then they have much more satisfaction in life in general, and happiness, and feeling good about themselves and self-esteem. So flow has a main impact, I found. And then, but with the fandom thing, we only found 1 interaction term for self-esteem. So I'll have to be very brief because I have so many concepts to explain, but it'll be easier to see here. This is a flow low group, even though I said low, but it's not low anymore. It's 5 hours more than 5 hours in the beginning stage of a fandom. So flow low and flow high group, and definitely, they say that their self-esteem has been grown with the fandom this much. But look at this. This is the other fandom. Other fandom here is any fandom, like football or the game or the other K-pop groups and everything. But they found, actually we found these people in other fandom said that their self-esteem has grown so much. If this is a 5, that means about 100%. So if it's a 5 under, it's like a 75% grown their self-esteem with the fandom. So it's interesting results. So I was wondering why there's a more self-esteem growth in other fandom than ARMY, because it's the opposite direction of my expectation. And I think I assumed several things. First of all, when I directly asked them whether this fandom was the main reason to make you, feel you are the better person, then their answers were a little bit different. They were initially very high, even though they are in low flow group. And even for high flow group, they were a little bit higher than other fandoms. So maybe when they get into the BTS fandom, they're already equipped with a high self-esteem. This is one hypothesis. Or, the respondents to my survey, they are already very much of the army, real army. So they already have grown their, self-esteem high. So I have to look for more for further investigation. And the main purpose of this paper is whether you are into something, then you are so passionate, you become very passionate, and you will be, doing much more of a pro-social activity or pro-social minds. And first of all, I asked them to answer 3 different things: cognition, emotion, and behavior. This is the psychology of people. So, and I found that the flow effect, main flow effect too, because the high flow group has more conscious about the pro-social action and behavior and motivation, and also activities. They are ready to do something. Oh, really? Only 1 minute? Okay, we have only 4 presenters. I'll have 2 more minutes. Thank you. As a person to organize this. Okay, I'll then skip everything then. Oh my God, what should I do? Okay, skip. Okay, I'll give you most of the graphs so that you can understand easier and faster. Pro-social consciousness, armies are much better than in people in other fandom, and they are all across the questions about even for the activities. But when it goes to the action itself, how many times, like the question, we are all very low. It was opposite of my expectation, except the donation. And I'm still thinking a lot of other factors are involving in this, and I don't have enough time, but I'll go all the way. So I went to the Korean sample because most of the respondents in other fandom is from the MTalk, because I couldn't get it, and there were only several army, so they are in other fandom. So I guess maybe it's a cultural thing, because in US you have all the systems that you can actually bodily involved in the pro-social behaviors, like charity works from the company, you have to go, or a community, stuff like that. And also the lives of Korean people here, most of the armies in this sample, they are busy. So they instead they will donate than just being there, their body. So I think that may be the reason. So I analyzed the Korean sample, and Korean sample show that consistent with my hypothesis. And then this is about the materialism. This is also consistent with my hypothesis. If they are low in floor, there's not much of a difference, but they become less materialistic when you are involved in anything for both groups. So let me round up with this correlation data. I told you this is a beginning stage of my study. But we are confident about all this high significant level of correlation. So I'll get to that later with this more balanced kind of a survey respondents. Thank you very much for listening. Thanks.
Thank you very much to Dr. Wu. Are there any questions from our audience members? No? I have one. So thank you also before the presentation for speaking with me about flow, because it's because it's an area that I was not as familiar with, and so I really appreciated your discussion before the presentation. I'm also curious about, because I'm not as familiar, when it comes to flow in terms of immersion, and so measured mostly, I believe, in terms of number of hours, is there also a kind of measure for example, intensity? So, so I'm very curious about that. If you could expand, thank you.
Yes. We have to do it in an experiment or something, because in the survey you can't actually differentiate how hard you were in. So the time consumption is actually the only things that we can get. So that the reason that I said that this is the first step. For the second step, we'll analyze the big data. And then for the third step, we'll do the experimental study with the scenarios and the response time. Reaction time is also very good for the intensity kind of a measurement. So thank you for asking. Thank you.
Thank you very much again, Dr. Wu. And I hope I'm not stealing question time and being selfish, but thank you everyone for being so generous in your responses. Last but not least, we will have a presentation by Mei-Ling Yin, and it's a great segue because our third presentation looked at psychology and also behavior. And this particular presentation will look at the importance of consumers' psychological well-being in green consumerism, focusing on the relationship between loneliness and altruistic consumption. So please welcome Mei-Ling Yin to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mei-Ling Yin. I'm from Sunkyungwa University. The topic I will talk is the importance of consumers' psychological well-being in green consumerism, focusing on the relationship between loneliness and altruistic behavior. With BTS, everyone will be connected and less lonely. But our study will talk about the mental health aspect that inhibit green consumption. Due to the possibility of infectious disease caused by climate change, people interested in environment protection has increased. In 2021, a total of 55 countries have officially declared carbon neutrality and have documented clear targets for achieving carbon neutrality from 2050 to 2060. Many companies are adapting and jumping into ESG management. However, despite the increased consumer interested in environment issue, the current market share of green product is still low. To understand the share of the green consumption, studies on the effects of green behavior are needed. Green consumption is inconvenient and expensive from the point of consumer, and it is closely related to individual altruism, selfishness, because it entails distrust such as free reading. Loneliness due to isolation poses a significant threat to fundamental human needs, such as social control, self-esteem, and belonging. The threat of the belonging is closely related to cognitive decline, depression, anxiety, and interpersonal hostility. From the chart, the expenditure on mental health is continuously increasing with the time. Therefore, it is important to understand the neurobiological basis of loneliness to investigate the future behaviors. According to previous study, loneliness affects the altruistic behavior. On the one hand, the consumers who experience loneliness reduce pro-social behavior. On the other hand, loneliness can also motivate an individual to increase altruistic attempts to create social bonding and belonging to a group. Therefore, there is a wide gap in the previous literature regarding whether loneliness increase or decrease altruistic behavior. The purpose of this study is first exploring the neural mechanism that underlie loneliness. The second is investigating the relationship between loneliness and the altruistic consumption. The third is investigating the relationship between neural indicator of loneliness and altruistic consumption. The definition of existing study on loneliness are as follows. Based on the existing literature, we define loneliness as a negative emotion and inconsistency caused by the lack of social relationship. Given the fundamental need for belonging, it can be expected that actual potential or imaginary social isolation will result in severe emotional reaction. Kachipo reported that emotional destruction due to loneliness has a negative effect on cognitive and neural processing. Loneliness causes a decrease in white matter in several brain regions, including the right frontal cortex, bilateral, inferior parietal cortex, and the free frontal cortex, which related to social cognition. The role of the prefrontal cortex in the social context is concerned with the taking a social perspective, inferring the intention of others, commitment, and inhibiting selfish behavior in relationship. N400 is a negative going diffraction occurring 200 to 600 milliseconds after stimulus onset, with a slightly right hemisphere bias. From the previous studies, we can see that N400 is related to social conflict, social exclusion, and conflict of values. So the hypothesis is as follows. Consumers who experience loneliness exhibit an N400 peak in frontal brain regions. P300 is a positive going deflection occurring 200 to 450 milliseconds after the stimulus on. P300 component is related to visual attention and subconscious attention to new stimuli. Lonely people who feel socially isolated are more sensitive and attentive to social cues than people who are not lonely. The hypothesis is as follows. Consumers who experience loneliness exhibit P300 peaks in the posterior brain region. Altruistic behavior entails personal discomfort and requires individual efforts for the benefit of the community. According to the social dilemma theory, people sometimes find themselves in a dilemma between maximizing an individual's short-term interest for themselves or maximizing the long-term interest of the group. The effects of loneliness on altruistic behavior are as follows. Consumers who experience loneliness reduce altruistic behavior. Lack of emotional bonding with others lead to a lack of pro-social skills, which weakens the will to act altruistically. These inner mental states caused by the loss of a sense of belonging may lead to individuals acting defensively to deal with the threat rather than being altruistic. So the second and the third hypothesis is as follows. Consumers who experience loneliness will decrease their preference for altruistic consumption. The third is the higher the N400 peak in frontal lobe, the less altruistic consumption will be. Likewise, the higher the P300 peak in posterior lobe, the less altruistic consumption will be. The behavior experiments consist of between subject design. In the control condition, images related to social belonging were presented, and in the loneliness condition, isolated images were presented. Participants who agreed to the experiment were randomly assigned to one of two conditions to view images and do manipulation check. At the end of each condition, they were asked to choose green versus non-green product for 5 products. The green products are good for the environment, but they are 20% more expensive than the non-green product. To check the manipulation of the experiment condition, we measure the level of loneliness before and after the experiment. As a result, participants reported no difference between the two conditions in the level of loneliness that was felt before the experiment. But after priming the treatment, the level of loneliness that was felt by participants was significantly different between the loneliness and the control condition. Additionally, participants who were placed under the loneliness condition reported a higher level of negative effect than this in the control condition. The difference in altruistic consumption according to the condition was also significant. As a result of t-test analyzing using the eco-friendly selection ratio as a dependent variable, loneliness reduced the altruistic consumption. The EASY experiment was conducted on 17 college students. EASY experiment consists of within subject design. The experiment paradigm is like a behavior experiment. Waveform and the topomap of event-related potential were reported as grand average of 17 subjects. The significant difference between the two conditions of N400 was identified in 5 channels, which are located in frontal lobe, F1, 2, 5, 6, and AFG. Therefore, a stronger N400 peak in the frontal lobe under the loneliness condition. We also find the significant difference between the two conditions of P300 in 5 channels located in posterior lobe, PO3, 4, 7, 8, and POZ. Therefore, a stronger P300 peak in the posterior lobe under the loneliness condition. The relationship between loneliness and N400 was analyzed in right midline and left hemisphere of frontal lobe. The main effect of the lateral C was significant, but there was no significant difference found in condition and lateral C. There were also no significant difference for the main effect of the lateral C and the interaction between condition and the lateral C. We also investigated the relationship between altruistic choice and the ERP data. It was found that there was a significant relationship between the frontal N400 and the posterior P300. The larger the N400 and the P300, the smaller the altruistic consumption. The conclusion can be drawn from the study results. In the loneliness condition, the M400 peak in the frontal lobe and the P300 peak in the posterior lobe. Than in the control groups. Second is people in loneliness conditions saw less altruistic consumption. Our findings provide insight into the link between loneliness and the intention to engage in altruistic behavior. From the neurosignals, we can see that emergence and maintenance of loneliness is associated with the use of emotion-focused coping, which may include the emotional suppression, withdrawal, passive resignation, or avoidance, rather than the use of problem solving and cognitive reconstruction. Loneliness makes individuals more susceptible to negative social cues and reduce their participation in altruistic behaviors. The study has several limitations and lead to suggestion for future study. Future studies should study a wide range of brain areas, including deep brain limbic system and theory of mind areas using fMRI. Loneliness is a cultural difference because individualist culture adheres to alienating values such as an emphasis on individual achievement, competitiveness, independence, and impersonal social relationship. So it is necessary to recognize loneliness according to a different culture. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from our audience members?
This is Professor Anjali. I am the co-author and her advisor, and I'd like to applaud the mailing's efforts on doing this difficult study. One of the things I'd like to mention is that we rarely pay attention to E and S, how they interact. We think about E as environmental behavior, consumption, S as a social behavior, and rarely we think about how they are interconnected. So this is actually a study showing that S, social condition as a variable, how we feel as humans can affect our environmental consumptions, altruistic decisions, and so on. So I was very sort of surprised to see that all the papers are dedicated to the BTS, ESG, SDG. All these initials are really, but something we have to realize that unless we do S right, it's hard to achieve E right. That's something we figured out after the study. So thank you.
Thank you. I also had a couple of questions about your research, and thank you for providing a new perspective, I think, to our discussion. In the title of the paper, you mentioned the importance of consumers' psychological well-being in green consumerism. And so I assumed from the title, psychological well-being you linked with loneliness, and then green consumerism you linked with altruistic consumption. Could you maybe because I didn't see, I know that it's a very short presentation. Could you explain a little bit more the specific linkages that you had made between altruistic consumption and specifically green consumerism? So that's my first question. And the second question is, you had mentioned kind of broader implications for those with loneliness and their consumption behaviors in the implication section. Could you also, because we are talking about Hive and specifically Army in this panel, would you also be able to share some implications for Hive and Army based on the results that you've presented today? Thank you.
The first question is there are some relationship between altruistic behavior and green consumption. Some researchers define altruistic behavior as a specific motivation state, often related to pro-social behavior or green behavior. I think altruistic behavior is a subtype of green consumption. Green consumption may be for the others or maybe for themselves, such as comply the rules of society. But the altruistic behavior is for the others. This is a little different with the green consumption. And the second question about the implication of the army, I didn't consider about the army.
Maybe it's the time that advisor to step in. All right, so I was quite really surprised about BTS, and I think that though if we had included BTS as our variable, that being in an army, being together, you're never alone. So it will be easier for people to engage in ESG behavior. So that's something I think she opened the presentation with, that we were not studying BTS armies, but if we had been studying BTS armies, that it would have been more green consumption. So it's something that we have to do it together, and BTS sort of showing the leadership and leading a lot of people into the army of green into the direction. So that's admirable. So I think that we can probably find a segue into how BTS and this green consumption go together. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of our presenters today for wrapping up this third session about Army, the Green Consumer. We appreciate all of your participation and the wonderful questions and discussion that was raised. At this time, we will have a short break, and then we will end today's wonderful conference with our fourth session. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, everyone. This is the last session on this conference. We are ready to go, right? So please keep your concentration on to the last presentation. And now I would like to introduce the first presentation. Okay, so before starting the first presentation, I would like to ask for all presenters to keep the presentation time. For the tight schedule, I can give you 11 minutes as a maximum. So please keep on your time. Okay, so first, I would like to invite Naisha Merchant, and her presentation title is The Dynamic and Collective Power of BTS and ARMY Engine. Okay, please, Naisha Merchant.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity to share my thoughts today. Just bear with me one moment. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes.
It's giving me a bit of a hard time. I apologize. Just give me one moment. It was working perfectly a moment ago, so I will, if you don't mind, give me 1 second. I apologize very much. 1 second. Let's see. Okay, I apologize. I really had this all ready to go. We just checked it.
Take your time, please.
Just a moment ago. I have no idea why I decided to do that. Alrighty. And we are back. And let's try this one more time. All right, are you able to see it?
Yes.
The presentation?
Yes.
There we go. Yay. If at first we don't succeed, we try again. So, all right, bear with me. I am sorry. And just as a notice, I do have a small visual deficit in my left eye, so I will often, you may see me gazing off, so bear with me on that, okay? I'm sorry ahead of time. So my name is Ms. Nisha Molchan, and I am the family nurse practitioner specializing in neuropsychiatry, neurology, and primary care. And I'm also the CEO of the Diversely Me Foundation, where we work predominantly in highlighting diversity and mental wellness in the fandom industry and across media. Today, we're going to be talking about something I call the dynamic collective power of the BTS Army engine as a driving force in affecting actualizing positive changes across the SDGs and ESGs. It's a very big title, but we're going to pare it away as we move forward. The collective BTS Army engine is the cornerstone for the success of Bangtan and HYBE, and it is at the heart of the unspoken partnership between BTS and ARMY, and it defies stereotypes. Their unique two-way communication has created a very dynamic cadence for symbiotic engagement in altruism. Fueled by the healing messages of Bangtan, this cadence lays a foundation for ARMY to rewrite narratives for outreach, for advocacy, altruism, and also influences business downstreams across industries, as we've heard from prior presentations. The intersectional synergy of the BTS Army engine has become very powerful and powerful enough to actually effectively change how fan input is valued across all the areas of the SDGs, ESGs, and in related financial streams. So as humans, when we empathetically connect, we are most likely to engage in creativism and advocacy. So an ARMY that we interviewed for this project aptly stated that BTS and ARMY can give so much to this space we have both created. There is an ongoing dialogue of giving thanks and showing gratitude that keeps building energy. It's clear that BTS and ARMY wish the best for one another and have a positive outlook for the future. So when we empathetically connect, we are able to positively create healing messages and a healing dialogue. So, excuse me. And there's an ongoing dialogue of giving thanks and showing gratitude. And so it's clear that the BTS and armies wish the best for one another. The relationship that Army has with the members is undefinable and yet tangible. It's founded in a synergistic trust. And another Army, Tiffany, who was a pediatrician, said to us that the love myself message reminds her every day why she does what she does. The thousands of healing touch points that we've received and blossomed through from BTS content, healing messages, and musicology has this effect and leaves an indelible imprint that motivates and supports Army at the same time. So how can the BTS Army synergy positively affect the short and long-term SDGs? We believe that Army is a fluid, intersectional, connected, and dynamic fandom. They are a driving force for calls to actions fueled by that positive message that we spoke about, and also by the ethos of BTS themselves. We believe that Army is a collective engine that challenges stereotypes, narratives, and definitions of fandom participation, which we're going to talk about later and is also part of this research model. And we also believe that Army, being made up of thousands of highly skilled, reliable professionals who have worked collectively for years to drive altruistic and advocacy projects, are also partners in affecting change and awareness in activities that support and can improve awareness and actualization of SDGs and ESG outcomes. The unparalleled communication between BTS Army and BTS is at the root from which the growth of potential and the success of BTS and HYBE actually grows. And at the same time is the fundamental principle and ethos that supports the growth and potential of Army as a collective force for good, which we have seen. And this quote below from the BTS One in an Army South Africa, I feel is one of the most perfect synopsis of what I'm speaking about now and about the power of the collective Army engine for good. How does BTS Army dynamic engine address the sustainable development goals? So we thought what we would do is parse it out a little bit one at a time as we were doing the research, which is extremely vast because Army has so much amazing, brilliant content out there that is actually very relevant to the sustainability goals. We thought that we would start with the number one organization who I know that you've heard about already earlier in the day, and you saw this map. It's called One in an Army, the OIAA. And they're a fan collective comprised of volunteers from around the globe. And what they do is, as a nonprofit fundraising initiative run by Army volunteers, they organize monthly charitable projects in honor of BTS. They warehouse a directory of information and links supporting current and past charitable projects, but also altruistic projects. And when you go look at the map, and then they have a very long drill down also, which I have a link for at the last page. That page also gives you the link to see all of the 600 plus projects that they've done and worked on collaboratively. If you look at that and you parse that out, you are actually able to draw maps, almost like a network, to the SDGs that they are related to. I would say the majority, if not all of them, have a direct impact on an SDG at this point. And we have to also remember, as we've spoken about probably earlier today, that the One in an Army also was helpful in actualizing the $1 million donation match when BTS donated the $1 million to Black Lives Matter movement. They also organized the Army for Earth project as part of the OIAA June 22nd, 2022 campaign. And as we know, they have the 600 plus charitable projects. And I say plus because those projects are ongoing at this time. They are constantly rolling in, and there's a constant movement and flow from BTS Army, social media groups, organizations, and nonprofits around the globe who are coordinating constantly on what we call the Army charity map to be able to collaborate on supportive measures on altruistic and advocacy projects. So just as the history, I'm sure you know, it was created by a single Army who made a request to say, after the 2017 UN speech, to say, let's see if we can support the End Violence and Love Myself campaigns. And that became the impetus for this absolutely phenomenal global movement movement that has affected positive outcomes across underserved communities across the globe. So, can the BTS Army synergy positively affect the long-term ESGs and goals? In their 2021 United Nations speech and in the multiple sustainability commercials and short films that we heard about earlier, where they collaborated with Hyundai, Samsung, and other companies, BTS asked fans and listeners to join them in finding sustainable and realistic solutions to achieve the stated goals. Taking this request to heart, the positive influence and outreach of BTS Army Dynamic has already laid into place the building blocks like a nuanced blueprint that has already begun to address social healthcare, inclusivity, and climate management disparities across the globe outlined in the 2030 SDGs. And through our initial phase of research, we were able to sparse out these specific areas of the ASGs and SDGs that have already been addressed. And if you look down at the bottom, you're going to notice that there are, I'm going to say, hundreds of abstracts on mental health, economic, social impact, digital media, etc. As we heard earlier today, and will continue to hear, that are also continuously addressing the SDGs and ESGs, even if they're not directly, it's happening indirectly. And we're finding it easier as we move along in the research to be able to actually create and put that nuanced blueprint into a visible image. So hopefully as we move along with the research, we'll be able to create that image for you and that map. So valuing the BTS Army Collective as an intangible human asset on the road to the ESGs. So this is a slide that we made as we moved along because we thought we would take a few moments to share with you how Army has felt or what we see put together by Army as a key in the symbiotic relationship that BTS, Army, and HYBE have. That relationship is a cyclical, and at the same time, it works like a dynamic engine, creating forward movement. And as the engine thrives, the potential it holds to affect change is something being explored by HYBE and associated industries. So the boxes on this slide depict a possible structure for that cycle and synergy to build on and value the global network partnership that we've been talking about and that we're seeing unfold daily between the BTS Army engine, BTS and HYBE, as well as associated industries. While this is not part of our research, it is important to assess the valuation of Army as a partner in global citizenship to best understand the overall efficacy and value of the BTS Army dynamic engine. Quickly, we're going to go through the research evaluation. The research purpose for evaluation on the power of the collective BTS Army dynamic in actualizing the SDGs is to evaluate the connective and collective BTS Army dynamic engine as having the power to build strong infrastructures for global technology, finance, mental and physical wellness, to raise awareness of an engine and engage in altruistic and productivity activities that highlight and sustain the projects that are directly or indirectly related to the SDGs and ESGs, and also to be able to enhance and support key promises in tandem with HYBE and BTS, and also to improve or enhance access for Army global citizenship and advocacy. We will continue to follow a qualitative review and quantitative data collection model as we move forward. The initial data that we have and that we're showing you today is actually through interviews, surveys, and a very, very broad sweeping analysis and review of over 200 social media organization groups and nonprofits that are BTS themed that fell into our qualifications or what we qualified them as being. And that is what we're talking about with the theory is that evaluation and documentation of the altruistic work done by BTS Army and groups and social media sites and organizations through a globally diverse, inclusive lens will provide insight into the power and impact the collective BTS Army has had in raising awareness of and actualizing. And then additionally, we added educating Army and the global Army in the SDG areas. The BTS Army has the potential to be a synergistic partner in global citizenship, addressing equality, social justice, access to and contributing to improvement across the SDGs and ESGs.
Excuse me, Nisha Merchant. Would you please wrap up within 1 minute?
Yep.
Okay.
So we're going to just quickly go through the data collection and analysis. There's a delay, I apologize, on my side, so that's what's happening. So very quickly, this is the data collection and analysis process. This is the initial analysis, review, and results. Like I said, we went through this very quickly a moment ago. 200 sites that we reviewed and over 3,000 posts, if not more, in content. We also found that BTS Army is changing the definition of fandom participation one project at a time. So we asked a simple question, and the mind-blowing answer was that there is no contained definition or box that can contain the potential that Army actually has in affecting and actualizing and sustaining projects that address the ESGs and SDGs. Army is a transformative partner and a holistic engine. These organizations that we're highlighting here are ones that support collective heroism, leveraging social media, building strong intersectional connections, engaging in projects that promote education, and developing guides and resources. BTS Army are skilled, and these are just some of the workforce areas, the diverse workforce areas that are made up of millions of armies across the world in the work pools. This actually came from my own research and my own interview processes that I was able to make that list. This list in the purple list comes from the self-reporting on the BTS Army census just completed for 2022, but it also, in addition, has a little subdivision here in the medicine area, because that's an area that I've actually been focusing on in terms of health and wellness in the ESGs.
I'm sorry.
Leveraging.
Okay. I need to ask you wrap up now. So.
Yep, we're on the wrap up. So this was the leveraging local and online economies for marketing and entrepreneurship. This is the global message and meta language that we found that Army has created. And we should be right here at the wrap up.
Okay.
So focus strategy reviewed and considered as addressed by Army is that list that we have on here. And we will be adding number 10 to that shortly. And this is the next steps in the research, which we also explained a few moments ago. And in the final wrap up and conclusion, initial review of the global BTS Army dynamic engine as a powerful collective showed us that the largest of the engine will work well as a collective to create, develop, and mitigate. And their commitment to supporting the ethos and message of BTS helps them to improve engagement in the spread and participation and support of positive messaging and positive project, altruistic projects and advocacy at a global level. And BTS Army leverages connections and interoperable platforms. And I thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moments. Okay.
Hello. Is there a Taspia alarm here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Would you please turn on your video and would you please share your presentation material?
Yes, 1 minute.
Is there a problem, Taspia? Do you want to go to the last?
Is it showing on the screen?
No. Did you share?
Yes, I have shared it.
Oh, yeah, now I can see your presentation material. Would you please test to the next page?
Okay, wait a minute.
at the last session, we have a technical problem. Finally, sorry for delaying the time.
Now, is it not showing the screen?
I can see the first page, but would you please go to the next page? Yeah, now it's working, I think. How about?
Is it work?
Did you turn your video on? Okay, now finally you are here. Okay, so yeah.
Can I start now?
Yes, please. But
okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about this important issue, BTS and ARMY. We all know that music removes anxiety and depression and lighten up our mood. But do you know this music can make someone a philanthropist? So hello, this is Taspi Alom. Today I'm going to talk about K-pop superstar BTS lends their voices and encourages their fandom for sustainable development. So these are the contents I have researched, and I have found that this boy band and their fandom are connected with each other, how they are connected with each other and working together for social changes. At first, I have included some ways. By which BTS inspired the world to create permanent changes. They have talked about hunger, violence, racism, also health, disability. Not only that, they have talked about environment and climate changes. From donating to charity to supporting social causes, each member of BTS has taken it upon themselves to make the world a better place, and they have inspired their fans to take actions too. In 2014, BTS teamed up with Love Food Bank to deliver food to children experience food insecurity in Korea. Here you can see some pictures of BTS. These pictures are the pictures of the charity program named Hope Delivery, which was arranged by Love Food Bank. In this charity action, BTS helped poor children and also grandmothers by supplying food and showing love to them. Next, BTS has partnered with UNICEF to launch Love Myself, a project. It was a project to promote self-love and end violence, then mental health and end violence against children. Love Myself, these two words we can find in every maximum of their songs, where they actually want to say that before you can love anyone else, first you have to take care of yourself. So this group encourages their fans to post pictures of self-love and also donate and show support to the victims of school violence, sexual assault and domestic violence. BTS has constantly stood up against racism. One of the BTS member named Jin once said that when they are in abroad or in other situation, they have always been subjected to prejudice. According to him, prejudice should not be tolerated. It really has no place. This is why they have donated $1 million to support racial justice initiatives to Black Lives Matter, which is an organization where global leaders bring freedom and justice for the Black people. If I add more, recently on May 31, they have visited to White House. Here they have given the opening remarks during a press briefing on the importance of standing against anti-Asian hate crimes, and also had a 35-minute meetings with President Joe Biden. Each of the members made individual comments on discrimination against Asian people. One of the comment of BTS member was, we were devastated by the recent surge of hate crimes. To put a stop on this and support the cause, we would like to take this opportunity to voice ourselves. And once again, this was one of the best initiatives taken by them, BTS, to stop racism and discrimination. One of the BTS members, Suga, on his 28th birthday, donated 88,000 to Keimyung University Dongsan Medical Center. This money was donated for those children who were suffering from financial problem and can able to pay hospital bills. About this donation, Suga has said that he wanted to help those children who cannot receive proper treatment because of financial hardship, and he just wanted to see those children healthy and bright. Other member named J-Hope donated 89,000 to One Stop Center in Tanzania, which assists children who are victims of violence. It is not only talk about health issue, violence issue, environmental issue, like in environmental issue of climate change. They have announced as the new ambassador of ABB FIA Formula E Championship, the electric street racing series. Through this series, partnership Formula E team and the South Korean band are hoping to promote new electric vehicles can help combat climate change, and both Formula E and BTS is hoping to inspire the next generation of young fans to embrace clean and become future drivers of electric vehicles. Then the giving nature of BTS inspired their fans to take actions relating to social matters. Armies are taking steps for sustainable development. In honor of 70th anniversary, Army contributed to Sustainable Development Goal to Zero Hunger in collaboration with the Global Food Banking Network. Nearly $8,000 was raised, which could provide about 42,000 meals to food banks around the world. In 2020, One in an Army, an army-based organization, arranged a birthday campaign for Jimin in benefit of Free the Girls, which is an organization on it is an organization that supports and empowers women rescued from sex trafficking, which contributes to SDG goal number 5, gender equality. Lastly, in 2018, another initiative contributed to SDG goal number 6, clean water and sanitization. It was One in an Army, an organization first campaign, and it raised $3,412 for thirst relief, which could provide 34 biosand water filters for safe drinkable water generation. So till now, I have talked about how armies are trying to achieve sustainable development goals. Now, we will see some worldwide charity project of this fandom. We will have noticed when BTS releases a song, how much their fans vibe and dance all day on this song. But maximum of us have not realized the admirable fact that these songs have inspired the fandom to take initiatives to help people. For years, Army has supported various initiatives in the members' name or group's name, like in 2019, one of the BTS member named Jungkook, on his birthday, Army donated to We Purple Lane, a project that raised enough mainly to plant more than 8,000 trees in the Amazon rainforest, and also donated $6,400 to almost 70 organizations in Busan, including those children with disabilities. Vietnamese armies donated 15,000 notebooks to charities, helped to raise money for 14 children in need of palate surgery. Army donated to Black Lives Matters organizations $1 million to stop racism. And lastly, in India, recently a BTS fan club donated more than 20 lakh in less than 24 hours for COVID-19 relief. After now, I will talk about my country. Bangladesh K-pop armies are inspired by these international army fan bases who help needy people through various projects, and the Bangladesh K-pop army also want to use the army power for the greater good of the people of Bangladesh. Let's see some projects which are conducted by Bangladesh K-pop army. Bangtan for Her, a project which was taken on 9th anniversary of BTS. The main intention of this project was to promote a safe and sustainable approach to menstruation. Then the next project was Hope World. It was a donation project for the celebration of J. Hope's birthday. In celebration of his birthday, this project by comforters for 80 children in a remote area of Bangladesh, Asli Borahe BD Army, a BTS fan page that arranged nutritious lunch for 115 child in an orphanage. So above all the discussion, we can see that the dedication of the BTS member and their fans has been part of global movement of individuals taking action on today's most pressing issues and highlighting the charges. So lastly, I want to end my presentation by adding this quote from BTS Mike's answer, "Love myself. It's just that loving myself doesn't require anyone else's permission. I'm looking for myself again." Thank you so much.
Thank you for keeping your time. Okay, so I would like to introduce the third project presenter. Her name is Adriani Tobing. She is here. Would you please come to the podium?
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone is here. My name is Adriani Fanda Tobing, and I'm as an independent researcher right now. Today, I'm going to deliver the presentation about an impact on Indonesia's armies of environmental issues through BTS as a role model. And this is the first time I did this research because I just saw the phenomena in my own country here. So, okay, from the background here, we all know this is about the climate change, the environmental issues that are still happening around the world, including Indonesia. And taken from Modern Diplomacy 2022, Indonesia has many homework to solve several environmental problems such as air pollution and then plastic, also climate change. This is about the capital city, Jakarta, has a bad air pollution at that time. And also this one is one of my community from Surabaya because I'm coming from Surabaya. We did the beach cleanup. There are still many plastic waste, but not only plastic waste, but there are also like clothes and then cigarettes, many kind of things that they left over there. And what is the correlation between these environmental issues with BTS here or Bangtan Sonyeondan? And also, what kind of impacts on Indonesia armies of environmental issue? As we know that armies are a big fandom from BTS here. So this is from Indonesia, as I mentioned. Indonesia is still struggling to tackle the environmental issues, including air, soil, and water pollution. And these are several highlights from Indonesia, which generates approximately 7.8 million tons of plastic waste annually. This is coming from World Bank 20 and 21st. And as I mentioned before, the capital city, Jakarta, was ranked as having the worst air quality in the world by Swiss air quality technology company IQ Air. I got this from Jakarta Post. They also mentioned this one when it happened several months ago. And this is about the climate change, where warming from 0.2 to 0.3 degrees Celsius per decade in Indonesia. And in addition, Indonesia still has ambition to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, especially in environment safety and sustainability program. About BTS or Bangtan Sonyeondan, as we know, this is the South Korea boy group which under auspices of HYBE, currently named was Big Hit Entertainment, that was made in 2013, and as we know, they are RM, Jin, Suga, J-Hope, Jimin, V, B, and Jungkook. And recently, they get many advertisements or about brand products that are related to environmental issues by becoming a brand ambassador. As we know here, the first time that they became a brand ambassador of ABB FIA Formula E Championship in 2019 to promote how electric vehicles can help combat climate change. And also they team up with Hyundai 20 and 20 from 2020 and 2021 to promote the new Hyundai Nexo, which is a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle. And also they also use this campaign to celebrate Earth Day campaign and World Water Day. And there another one about the Korean consumer that use Villa, which they launched Back to Nature brand on World Environment Day, which they use 100% recycled fabrics for raw materials. So they recycle the raw materials to be a recycled fabric, so they can use it again without making a new products and make another waste. And the last one, as we know from the Samsung product, to remind the consumer that Samsung is recycling plastic from the ocean to manufacture smaller smartphone and tablet components. As we know, they also bring the key of message about ocean and also plastic, and about what about the future in next if we still keep continuing the, how to say that, like ignoring about the issues about climate change, about plastic, and everything that relates to environmental problems here. So there is, in my research here, so there is a correlation indirectly between BTS and environmental issues, because as we know, they already came up to several products here, but they brought a key message about environmental issues also. Moreover, as we know, they also gave a speech for UN conference in 20 and 21 about youth issues and climate change here. So they have played a key role to tackle environmental issues, including climate change. But does it have an impact on Indonesia armies about environmental issue if you're talking about BTS? Because as got the reference, Indonesia has the biggest population of army in the world. This is from Permita 20 and 17. So because this is the first time, as I mentioned before, first thing that I did is collecting data, which I collected from journal, news, and social media about the Indonesia Army's activity to respond environmental issues, where they use BTS as their role model. So the collection data are collected from 20 and 19 until now, because as I presented before, that BTS became a brand ambassador that relates to environmental issues from this year, this one. And if there are significant results from collecting data, this research will be continued by doing a survey, such as making a form to Indonesia armies with a number of respondents to support this, this research. Here I get from this search, from Google, the result shows there were no environmental activity from Indonesia armies, or more than less was not show up through a social media or news. I already also used keywords in Indonesian language, but still it showed nothing. So there was no impact for the first time when BTS became a brand ambassador about the climate change, that one. And then 20 and 20, this is one, I think this is the first one from Indonesian writer, and also she is also Army. She made a collaboration with Army Indonesia, and also the name is Lindungi Hutan. It's kind of donation project to celebrate Jimin's birthday by planting mangroves at Bedono village at Central Java. Her target was 7,000 mangrove trees, but they got 8,735 mangrove trees, and it was a huge amount, and they didn't realize it because they got a lot of positive comments, and also many reporters and news came to her and asked how she could move many people and all army Indonesia armies to do this one, because we all know it's kind of bit hard to do that one. And then this is 20 and 21, many project here, and also it came from the same girl one, Asabel Audi, that as I mentioned before. She also made another project about Sugar's birthday project, that they transplanted 100 corals at Morel village, Ambon, in Maluku. And then there are also this one is the transplanted coral if you can see this one. And also there was another project about BTS at University project. This one, they got 2,575 mangrove trees were planted at Tambarojo Coast. This one is in Central Java. And this one is Jungkook's birthday project, where they released 4,000 turtle babies at Lowita Beach. It's in South Sulawesi. And the last one, this one is donation project Born to Shine, where they donated 30% to buy 1,300 baby mangrove trees to be planted at Bedono village. Okay. Oh, sorry. And this one is also for J-Hope. And this one maybe one in Army project that was mentioned before. Indonesia also joined this one. They were donated 4,000 mangrove trees, and they were planted in January 20 and 21st. And this were interesting because it is coming from K-pop for Planet. They made this map where they know how many Indonesia activities about their environmental issue. Like this one, they planted trees in several places, and they also mentioned the date over here, and the status is already done or still ongoing. They made this map to make it easy for everyone who wants to join this campaign. And the last one, 20 and 22. There are still many projects that are still ongoing here, 1, 2, 3, and also they keep going to make this environmental campaigns by using armies and also BTS. So the conclusion here, based on the environmental activity which had been done through several information that I got, where BTS started their role to support the action to combat the environmental issue, there an impact on Indonesia armies of environmental issue through BTS as a role model. In 2019, there was no activity from Indonesia armies to respond to the environmental issue, while BTS just started their roles as a brand ambassador to bring the message about it. So, and the last one, there were a significant change from 2020 to 2021, where many environmental activities that have been done in Indonesia, especially Indonesia armies. Furthermore, it is still ongoing for 20 and 22. Okay. And that's all from my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for keeping your time. Okay, now we have the fourth presentation, BTS and HYBE's ESG management strategy, focusing on the city project. Please come to the podium. We have two presenters on the list, but today Professor Kang Hyo-young will present.
Hello, my name is Hyo-young Kang from Suwon Science College. I did research with Yejuwon from Sungkyunkwan University about HYBE's ESG management strategies focusing on the city project. This paper aims to look into HYBE Entertainment's environmental management practice, focusing on the city project held at BTS Las Vegas concerts, and to suggest alternatives referring to other cases. In September 2021, BTS delivered a speech for future generations at the opening session of 76 UN General Assembly's Sustainable Development Goals at the UN General Assembly in New York. They mentioned environmental issues such as climate change and participated in sustainable development moves, announcing the importance of responding to climate change. Also, they wore the suit made by Cologne FNC's upcycling fashion brand Records. And their suit drew fans' interest in upcycling fashion, making headlines. And after 7 months, BTS held 4 large-scale concerts in Las Vegas over 2 weeks from April 5th to 17th. With this concept, Urban Concert Play Park, the city provided an extensive and immersive fan experience by installing entertainment activations and hosting events throughout Las Vegas before and after the show. In this study, we focused on environment among ESG perspectives and conducted research focusing on the city project. And as a comparison, we looked into how Hyundai Motor Company and Billie Eilish practice environmental activities. And this is our research method. We used data crawling from the neighbor and collected 4 articles and extracted keywords. The city project is a successful collaboration model for an entertainment company and a city. HYBE has been continuously pursuing making the concert venue a theme park since 2019. The city project maximizes their business philosophy of expanding the fan experience by designing the entire city like a theme park so that every moment the fans experience in areas such as shopping, F&B, and accommodations can be connected to BTS. As a result, the citywide event was a great success and made a great profit in concert, live viewing, hotels, restaurants, merchandise sales, and so on. The HYBE officials said they would continue to develop this business model for all artists on its labels, including Ithaca Holdings, which include Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande. The city project is a compilation of HYBE's various experience and accumulated business areas. It was carried out with 3 goals. First, understanding of fandom and technological integration for customer convenience and maximizing synergy with big brands Las Vegas, said Lee Seung-seok, the business representative of IPX, which is in charge of implementing the project. Now let's look at the various programs of the city project more specifically. From the Allianz Stadium to the city central area, the wide range of events were provided. First, MGM Resort International offered BTS-themed rooms in 11 hotels, and many fans also visited the Cafe in the City restaurant set up at the Mandalay Bay Hotel, where they could indulge in various fusion Korean foods. And in the Bellagio Fountain, a spectacular show was performed to the BTS music. And a photography exhibition behind the stage was held, and photos of BTS practicing for the tour were displayed. After each concert, the fans gathered at the nightclub and enjoyed more excitement until late at night. And in the pop-up store, they not only sold official merch, but also offered rooms decorated with special themes in the music videos, which presented excitement for the fans. Throughout all the events, the focus was on experience, expansion, and immersion. At this point, we crawled articles about the city project and extracted keywords. The extracted keywords are the events that were actually carried out in the project, such as fountain, store, photo exhibition, resort, hotel, cafe, etc. However, there were no keywords related to the environment, eco-friendly or sustainable. Though we searched the article for more details, there were no eco-friendly products in the pop-up store or the goods provided by the hotel, or no eco-friendly efforts in the cafe in the city or club in the city events. Since the goal of the city product was focused on expansion,
There seems to be no concern with eco-friendliness or sustainability, and it weakens the sincerity of BTS message in the UN speech. Being clarified at the press conference, HYPE's goal in the city project can be summed up like this. First, understanding of fandom, and second, integrating technology, and third, synergy with big brands. In other words, the goal was to increase the profit through the expansion of intellectual property and fan experience. So we looked up the ESG rating sheet of the company. According to the evaluation data company, Sustainable Power Plant and Happiness Economic Research Institute, HYPE's evaluation grade in the E field is lowest points and grade D. Since there is a big gap between the image of the artist and that of the company, it is urgent for them to successfully settle ESG management and improve the company's image. And next, so we searched other examples. Hyundai Motors is a representative company that practices ESG management well with BTS. Hyundai Motors has been conducting a global hydrogen campaign with BTS since 2020 to promote the eco-friendliness and sustainability of future clean energy hydrogen under the slogan, "Because of You." The company's special campaign video topped YouTube most popular advertisement from June 2020 to May 2021. In particular, they filmed Run BTS in Hyundai Motors Goyang Motor Studio, which is a space where we can experience future mobility solutions and autonomous driving environment. Many fans, including me, visited this studio and could have a chance to experience future eco-friendly cars and think about the environment. In addition, they held a positive energy challenge event for fans, and the goods they provided were products that were upcycled with seat belts and leather seats from the waste cars. Hyundai Motors and BTS care about our planet and work together for a sustainable future. And on the 2021st Earth Day, under the theme for Tomorrow We Won't Wait, it introduced a small practice that can be done for the planet, such as plugging and fashion recycling, and contains a message that sustainable practice is important to pass on a better future to the next generations. Currently, BTS is working as an ambassador for Hyundai Motor Company at the 2022 Qatar World Cup and delivering eco-friendly messages. Under the slogan "Goal of the Century," they emphasize the sustainability, a goal that humanity can only score together under one George, one flag, and one moment cause, United World for Sustainability. Especially, Goal of the Century Pledge is a program that encourages football fans to engage in eco-friendly activities, in which you can present an eco-friendly pledge to be fulfilled if the country you support scores during the FIFA World Cup 2022. And when we searched Hyundai Motors and BTS articles, the keywords were mostly related to a sustainable future. Keywords such as hydrogen energy, hydrogen campaign, eco-friendly electric vehicles, carbon neutral, and future generations were extracted. Therefore, the partnership between Hyundai Motors and BTS can be seen as a great help in promoting the company's eco-friendly management strategy. And next, to find out about the environment-friendly activities of an artist at a concert, we data crawled an article about the popular singer Billie Eilish's performance in Korea. And in the case of Billie Eilish, there were many articles about the concerts which is scheduled to be held in Korea. But the word environment in organization reverb, environmental, and climate can be frequently found. At her concert, for $1 per ticket will be donated to the environment organization reverb. In all her concerts, fans use reusable water bottles and insulated mugs instead of disposable plastic cups and bottles and straws. In addition to the tour steps, 100% vegetable food and upcycling clothing will be provided. In every tour place, there is a big program called Billie Eilish Eco Village, where fans not only enjoy the concert, but also participate in various activities, including taking climate-related quiz and learning how to cope with the climate crisis. She offered fans opportunity to take an interest in the environment and experience it at the concert. She took the initiative to stretch out the goal of concert by expanding the fans' experience to the environment as well as providing music-related enjoyment. And road to SG, expand or reduce. The business representative IPX headquarters said at the press conference, the goal is to increase the quality of IP-based content and products as much as albums and concerts, and to meet the needs of the fans and have a good influence on fans' lifestyle. The city project is a business that expands BTS IP to offline. HYBE's IP business division sales are as good as albums and concerts, and the company is focusing on developing merchandising and contents based on IP licenses. The proportion of artists' indirect participation in sales is on the rise every year, surpassing 54% in 2021, well exceeding 34% of concert and album sales. Expanding IP means developing the selling more products. However, fans do not share and support excessive increase in the number of products under the name of diversifying the fan experiences. This is because fans are aware that too many goods beyond necessity are waste and eventually end up in the landfills, emitting carbon dioxide. And there is a difference between developing and selling eco-friendly goods under the goal, maximizing profits, and holding various events and providing eco-friendly products to strengthen awareness of the environment crisis. For example, IPEX recently introduced BT20 character goods made of recycled plastic, but in the product promotion YouTube video, the comments saying that it's another beautiful greenwashing received a lot of likes. It's worth noting that fans also don't think positively about the overflowing sales of the merchandise, as they know they will eventually become trash and pollute the environment. We can see that management strategy that ignores ESG and SDG and maximizes the pursuit of profit will not work in the future. Therefore, HYBE needs to come up with the idea that to expand the fan experience, not just the materials and entertainment, but also to ESG and influence fans' lifestyle toward a sustainable future. For example, some kind of eco-friendly promotion management seems to be more consistent with BTS image, such as preparing eco-friendly amenities for the BTS-themed rooms in the hotels and installing eco-friendly experience booths in many experience rooms in pop-up stores. Last year, K-pop for Planet has delivered a statement that signature on April 21st this year, activists of K-pop for Planet staged an act of criticizing Korean entertainment companies for the practice of producing real albums in front of a HYBE office building. They said it is necessary for the entertainment industry to come up with specific implementation goals and plans and take more responsibility in reducing carbon emissions. And lastly, Army's effort, You Never Walk Alone. Armies who have decided to help protect the Earth with BTS are actively promoting eco-friendly movements in supporting them. For example, at the third interdisciplinary BTS conference held at the University of Foreign Studies in Seoul, armies produced eco-friendly bags and mats made of waste parachute cloth and gave them to the participants. And in this conference too, they collaborate with upcycling brands Kolong Record and Overlap to produce upcycling goods and hold various eco-friendly events to arouse fans' awareness of the environment. The goal of this event is not to make a profit, but to connect BTS with ESG and ESG, and it is a good opportunity to expand their fan experience towards sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mihae Jung?
Yes.
Okay, would you please share your presentation material? Okay, so are you ready for starting now?
Yes, my name is Mihae Jung, and I would like to start my presentation with the impact of BTS Festa this year. Not because they expressed they shall pursue solo activities, but because I was shocked with some members' words, especially RM and Sugar, such as By the song Dynamite, our activity was in our hands, but when with butter and permission to us, I don't know what kind of team we are. They seem they lost their identity. And also, RM talked about K-pop and the idol system itself can't let the parts of mature. It is somehow my job becomes a rapping machine. And also, Sugar is talk about lyrics does not come in his mind because he is in almost an exhaustion. So, one point of view related with SDGs brought me to think about K-pop industry is SDG Goals 8, labor and workers' rights. If an artist feels exhausted, the industry should try to think about artists can rest, for example, sabbatical leave once in 7 years or so. So my research is going to relate BTS Festa and SDGs Goals 8 worker and labor rights. Also, referring to the message in BTS Festa, I found some implicitly expressed message of RM related with such struggles, especially RM's art-related Instagram posts. After RM visited some art exhibitions. For example, Korean famous sculptor Kon Jin-gyu, RM visited in March this year. From RM's art-related Instagram posts, the sculptor continues effort in his studio from morning to night. His life is art is a bit different from K-pop industry. Free and the artist could pursue creating arts. The sculptor's time must be a time to grow, freedom to be mature. And another example. Aaron visited in the United States to see Philip Gaston's art, and he talked about the artist in Art Basel podcast. Philip Gaston has changed his art style from his young days to the old ones, and so that he kept his identity. So it's related to RM's expression that BTS have lost their direction after Dynamite, as I showed before. RM said, I don't know what kind of team we are in BTS Festa. So, Like the artist of RM visited the art exhibition and what RM saw in his life somewhat benchmarked the RM's life as I listened to his Art Brother podcast, and which related to BTS expression in BTS Festa, and leads to think about SDG goals of decent work and economic growth. SDGs target 8.5 talked about ideas of decent work, not like a lapping machine. It seems necessary for K-pop industry and BTS to improve. There should be a spare time to grow for each artist or think and to be mature. Even K-pop artists, not only RM or BTS, Hyuna or Yuno is going to show no more idol persona. So not only they are artists or idols, but also according to SDGs goal number 8, as a labor or workers, I'm going to raise a question about worker or labor's rights in K-pop industry.
I'm sorry for the notice. You have only 5 minutes left. So
Yes, I see. So my research will be how many ARMY think about after BTS Festa. If they are going to think about RM's or Sugar's words linked to SDG goals. So I shall have a survey about the armies, and the purpose of the research will be somewhat an experimental process to arouse and to brush up mindset and fandoms of SDGs awareness. The research will be based on questionnaires as below, and also SDGs related and identity related speak yourself and love yourself must have impacted ARMY. So compared with that impact of ARMY, I shall research impact of BTS Festa and whether it is related to link to SDGs or workers' labor's rights, not only as an idol, but also we are the same worker in the world. I believe through the research process, after armies change their mindset to see BTS as not only an artist, but also as a same worker or labor under the SDGs 8. Such SDGs issue will feed back not only K-pop industry, but also each army's working place, society, and it may spread in world. So The research process itself will light up like dynamite in the point of view SDG Goals 8. The research will be K-Army and International Army with the help of academic and SNS based. Thank you for listening.
Oh, okay. Thank you for keeping your time, Mie Young. Okay, so now we are moving to the fifth presentation. So on the Zoom, Susanna Smilianska, are you still there? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please share your presentation material on the screen. Okay, good. Thank you.
Perfect. So hi everyone, my name is Susanna, and today I will present my research paper titled From Music to Fashion, the Influence of K-pop on Shaping Fashion Trends in the Western World, which was based on the case study of BTS and ARMY. Just to tell you a bit about myself, my professional background is in fashion, specifically buying and merchandising and later styling. And academically also finished my MA in media management last year, and this paper was my dissertation there. As for the agenda for today, I'll start with a brief introduction, followed by a background data on the essential literature, moving on to the primary research-specific methodology, findings, and discussion, to finish off on conclusion and recommendations. So firstly, the main question I should address is how trends are connected to SDGs and ESG. And a brilliant explanation comes from United Nations themselves, and more specifically their Alliance for Sustainable Fashion, which stated actors in the fashion sector have a critical role to play in achieving the SDGs. The fashion industry is a $2.4 trillion global industry that employs approximately 300 million people, a lot of whom are women. And in fashion, trends, whether it's a product being on trend or a brand itself being on trend, are crucial factors affecting performances and consequently the power distribution in the industry. One marketing trend we all definitely can observe if we're on social media is for idols becoming go-to brand ambassadors. And it's always very publicly advertised, whether on Instagram or other social media, because it is actually a key channel to reaching fans who are seen as potential consumers. Marketers already report that as quite a successful strategy. And one of the examples is the Louis Vuitton Fashion Week post you can see here on the slide, which generated $436,000. And that season, it was at the top of the rankings for the brands. More academically, so not as related to SDGs, but it was something that also inspired my research. This relationship of K-pop and fashion hasn't been looked into yet, but more generally, there is quite a non-Western bias where trends are solely Western, but traditional Eastern garments are rather anthropology. So considering all the above, I developed my research question, which was, what is the influence of K-pop on shaping fashion trends in the Western countries? Followed by the 4 objectives: defining key elements of K-pop style and whether it is a trend, determining idols' role in the diffusion of innovation and the fashion leadership models, analyzing male idols' gender-bending styles' impact on the perception of such fashion in the West, and determining idols' role in popularizing Korean fashion brands worldwide. So let's start with some of the most vital theories I'll touch upon today. Trend is a general direction of a change which spreads like a curve through different society groups. And these groups can be seen here on the diffusion of innovation model. While the curve stays the same for most trends, the way it spreads varies. There are three main theories, which are trickle-up, trickle-across, and trickle-down. In trickle-up, elites want to differentiate themselves from lower classes, who later imitate, which triggers this cycle going again and again with new trends. Trickle-across concerns fashion leaders in each social class, who popularize the trend amongst their peers, while trickle-up describes subcultures differentiating themselves through fashion. However, this fashion is later picked up by fashion designers. So I tested these theories for BTS style, and to do so, I used mixed methods approach. The visual content analysis was a background work, which categorized BTS style into three groups, which were performances, red carpets / promotional events, and members' personal styles, with number of characteristics assigned to each of these groups. That was followed by online survey, exploring how fans perceive the BTS style and how much of an influence it has on the fans. The same topics were brought up later into mini focus groups, but it was in a more interactive way, like games, photo, video reactions, and exercises, like the one asking participants to create their own trend diffusion timeline. And that's one of those timelines you can see here on the picture. To address the transnational character of the topic, get some industry insights as well, I interviewed 6 journalists and designers from different countries, and they represented really highly regarded brands and titles like British Vogue or Tatler Asia. So they can definitely be considered industry opinion leaders. As for the findings, they showed that fans consider BTS style as quite a holistic topic, including all 3 categories. However, asked about specifics, they drifted towards performances, as well as members' personal styles. And that was due to their rich knowledge on BTS, which can be described as the cultural capital, a theory developed by Bourdieu. So that capital is accumulated knowledge, allowing one to demonstrate their status and understand quiet status signals. So in this case, we're talking about status of an army, a BTS fan. On the contrary, experts without any fan knowledge, so that cultural capital, held an opposite view that equaled BTS style to the copy-paste catwalk looks, which are mainly worn during red carpet appearances. So the category which most fans disregarded. So the industry is probably why we can observe that in many cases, leading marketing strategy of brands is just presenting idols wearing their products in social media. However, the character of that influence idols have on their fans is much broader. So while 3/4 of armies change their style after entering the fandom, they are most likely to buy something inspired by their idol's style or merchandise, but merchandise is often very non-obvious fashion products, so that quite status signals you actually need to be a fan to know it is a merchandise. Buying the exact same items is the least common practice. And in fact, only 36% of participants admitted following social media accounts providing such information. And majority wasn't even doing it with the intention to buy the products idol wear, but rather to further expand their knowledge. And one of the Korean designers I interviewed, so someone a bit more familiar with the K-pop fandom culture, summarized it perfectly as the social influence, in which fans can actually incorporate their principles. So fans mention many examples proving that, like BTS wearing items profits from which supported LGBT community or women and children in Africa. And for fans, that became an additional, if not a deciding buying motive. Because there is an undeniable influence, BTS style can be considered a trend following a trickle-down model. Products still come from designers, but band members almost co-create and transform the trend with some added non-tangible value recognized by fans. Limited availability often restricts armies from being the literal early adopters, but their dedication, followed by social influence, can impact consumer trends, which is from prolonging a product run to bring up important topics fashion should address. However, without brand support, the messages can get lost by the time the trend reaches the general public. And one of the topics and messages I investigated was topic of gender in fashion. So the fact that BTS is known for challenging gender norms has the power to change fans' perception of it. And even more so, ARMYs believe that they have the power to create the snowball effect. And BTS inspired them to vocally advocate for the gender-related issues in fashion and beyond that. Unfortunately, there's another clash with the industry experts who take BTS's gender-bending fashion at the surface value. So it's just another celebrity group feeding into a bigger trend just because it is on trend. Looking at Korean fashion brands specifically, BTS and idols play a role in popularizing them worldwide, but it is still quite a slow, challenging process, limited by the brand's recognizability, possibly some financial abilities as well, and cultural differences. The cultural aspects, however, it can be turned into an advantage, and BTS already used the differences to open fan size to the Korean culture and businesses, which was through fashion as well, and some of the examples you can see here on the slide that fans mention. So the cultural side of things can give Korean businesses an upper hand, an opportunity to align their priorities with the fandom, contributing to achieving sustainability goals by the industry. So in conclusion, BTS style may be viewed as a trend, but that goes beyond just products and is based on principles and individuality of the idols. And those values are portrayed via fashion. As a result, fans have enormous potential in the industry, and both financially and in terms of general consumer trends, like addressing notion of gender and gender equality in fashion. Nonetheless, this potential may be constrained by the lack of fan-specific cultural capital, so the knowledge on the part of Western fashion leaders. Consequently, further research of greater scope is advised, expanding possibly beyond BTS and addressing the sustainability more directly. With regards to fashion marketing involving idols, the value-driven strategy should be more beneficial. And any brands engaging in such promotion are advised to investigate K-pop fandoms as consumers, but the research should be fandom-specific due to the individualistic character of the groups. Thank you very much for your attention, and I know we don't have time for questions today, so if you have any, you can always reach me by contacting me via email. You can see my address here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Susanna. Okay, so last presentation. So please, Sharon, Blady, would you please share your presentation material?
There we go. Is that working?
Yes.
Yay. Well, 안녕하세요. Thank you for everyone for staying around this long. I know I'm the last person. So my name is Sharon. I'm the founder of Speak Up, and I'm a mental health and neurodivergence educator and consultant, and the creator of a BTS-inspired mental health and neurodivergence program called Bulletproof to Stigma, as well as being a former health minister for the province of Manitoba. And I am someone that lives with mental health and neurodivergence diagnoses. So I come at this from a variety of perspectives, including an academic background of 20 years. But so now I would like to share with you how BTS's mental health, their own journey there, provides a cartography of hope and a roadmap to success for achieving equity and inclusion for those of us who live with mental health and neurodivergence. And I'm looking at BTS's positive influence on mental health and neurodivergence well-being inclusivity in 3 areas. Their consistent, relatable, and engaging content, their ongoing positive, socially transformative parasocial relationship building with ARMY, resulting in an inspiring a growing global network of academic researchers like ourselves who explore BTS's ongoing impact and increasing influence, which is then amplified when factoring in a critical and unique element, the road BTS has traveled in their own mental health and well-being journey, which further demonstrates that BTS's 2021 appointment as Special Presidential Envoys for Future Generations and Culture was not a start of a path towards SDG attainment, nor a token of short-term capitalization on their continually increasing global popularity, but actually a result of their own mental health and well-being path, grounded in there being outsiders, Bepse, who spoke truth to power, inspiring fans and leaders alike, and that their 21 appointment was foreshadowed by their 2018 UNICEF Love Myself campaign, and as they rose to an unprecedented level of stardom and social influence, making the 2021 Special Presidential Envoy status an acknowledgement of their existing influence and providing a cartography of hope, a roadmap for reducing psychosocial inequalities. Now, the UN's 5 directions for humankind for SDGs are people, prosperity, peace, partnership, and planet. And Envision 2030 provides an inclusivity filter for all 17 SDGs to reduce inequalities for persons with mental impairments or psychosocial disabilities. Now, that is significant because those of us who live with mental health and neurodivergence are more likely to experience poverty, hunger, stigmatization, and discrimination. It makes it harder to have a prosperous, fulfilling life. We experience more violence, abuse, and marginalization, and are left out of decision-making processes and partnerships, including environmental and other policy planning. And so I am broadly considering the 2 SDGs, number 3, the good health and well-being, and number 10, reduced inequality, because of BTS's mental health message and modeling, and because these SDGs are foundational to all the others in addressing the discrimination and stigma felt by those of us who live with what the UN refers to as psychosocial disability, which is defined as impairment due to a diversity of mental, emotional, or cognitive experiences. This term is important because it is a term that's not about our diagnosis, whether it's mental health, neurodivergence, or cognitive, but it's actually about social environments with their disabling functional impacts, creating barriers to our equality. And this kind of language change is really important because it goes from defining disability tends to be that word that's used against us as a personal characteristic. And this, in fact, reframes it towards the barriers. And it recognizes us as different and, again, equally valid within the richness of human experience. And there are still many of us that do find the term disability in and of itself problematic, because while it is used to identify our experience to achieve equity and inclusion, it still perpetuates stigma and, again, frames our diagnosis negatively. And again, if you look at the kinds of inequalities that are faced, it's really quite troubling to see how little we are protected globally. And in light of these statistics, as someone that has done the kinds of things that I have, I consider that, frankly, a fluke of geography, because most folks on the planet do not have the kinds of protection and privilege that I've had access to. And this is why I think this is so important that as Army, we are able to mobilize. Now, in earlier work that I have done on BTS and mental health, I explored their career in relationship to mental health and well-being from their debut to the end of 2020. So right now, I'm going to give you a quick overview, move on to recent events, and summarize the findings across the eras. So they began as the voice for and the shield to protect youth, then created psychologically safe spaces for themselves, their BU alter egos, and Army to explore the joys and tragedies of life, including diagnosis, trauma, self-harm, and suicide. And they began their ongoing Jungian explorations and clear organic modeling of mentally healthy behaviors and therapeutic models, moving to more explicit mental health messaging and modeling, which was reinforced in the UNICEF Love Yourself campaign. They increased their Jungian practice and healing via the work of Murray Stein, and they modeled mentally healthy reframing as we went into the pandemic. And coming out of it, they demonstrated their ongoing role as voice for youth, hope, and the future, modeling inclusion with sign language in the Permission to Dance video. Also demonstrating their social and political influence through the Special Presidential Envoy status, and that building on their earlier UNICEF work, and as well as the recent White House invitation to speak on inclusion as part of AAPI Heritage Month. So more recently, we have seen BTS reflect on their journey as shield and voice of a generation, celebrate that journey, and look forward with grace and maturity and a healthy sense of individual and collective boundaries to determine their futures, where they needed to grow and how to flourish as individuals, a group, and with ARMY, including celebrating other healthy and long-standing friendships, exploring their individual identities and creativity, enjoying their personal time and passions, collaborating in ways that support their values and fighting stigma, exploring other areas of work, and continuing to support each other in these endeavors. And throughout their career, they have consistently challenged social norms and stigma by speaking truth to power, exploring and expressing their mental health and well-being with relatability, authenticity, and vulnerability, and empowering others along the way. And even as their socioeconomic status shift went from BAPSE to presidential envoys, they maintained all of this, which is significant in their parasocial relationship with ARMY and contributes to their growing success and influence. Now, I've chosen this line from On because it describes so aptly what happens when we discover BTS and become ARMY. We gain long-term positive parasocial dynamics grounded in mentally healthy perspectives and activities, and it primes ARMY towards SDG attainment. Now, positive parasocial relationships foster confidence by providing problem-focused coping strategies, a sense of belonging, and empowering engagement. And while we are not unique in deriving positive mental health benefits, as part of our fandom, we are more likely to share them amongst ourselves and, well, frankly, even in the media. And in the same way that our activism is an offshoot of other larger fan engagement processes, it is still unique in its scale, diversity, and again, the values and its rhizomatic nature, its grassroots connected and horizontal and global facets. And what's really interesting is, as many have said before, it's the UNICEF moment. The Love Myself is that key turning point for many of us, and again, demonstrates their earlier role as a step towards the presidential status, and again, part of the social dynamic that is shared between BTS and ARMY. And there's been a broad range of activism that's already been discussed, so I'll be very brief. There's one in an ARMY is, again, one that most of us have heard of, the ARMY Academy, which offers free tutoring by and for ARMYs, ARMY Help Center, which again connects ARMYs to mental health, and as well as the support of organizations like Ding Dong, which is again very important from a mental health perspective because they are South Korean queer resource center, and again, folks there were facing doxing. One in an ARMY help stepped in. And of course, I don't think any of us will ever forget the ARMY BTS BLM moment. And I really recommend Kimberly Lynch's article in the 3rd issue of R3 to give you a really good insight on that. But significant to this project is at ARMY, we are aware and open about the lived experience of mental health and neurodivergence. They are key to our parasocial relationship with BTS and amongst ourselves for our personal and interpersonal well-being and part of larger social justice and activism inclusion, meaning we're already engaging in broader social activities that get us closer to attainment. Now, the book BTS Art Revolution is really a defining book, and it gives us a rich vocabulary that continues to hold true in conceptualizing these relationships and our power to transform society. Now, while we have a collective of ARMY researchers and academics, the kinds of events like today are increasing. Our publication and resource platforms, things like the BTS Syllabus Project, Bangtan Scholars Resource, are all growing. And as a subsection, we are of ARMY, we're uniquely placed to, within that rhizomatic dynamic that we identified, to answer the questions she set out about where our joint influence will go, especially as we consider the kinds of things we've been discussing today. The other thing is, too, is we also have the ARMY Census, and their unique platform has brought us some really significant findings that are really promising in this direction. From a demographic perspective, the majority are in voting age, with a younger generation getting engaged and empowered at an early age. We are diverse and engaged employment base. These kinds of demographics are the kinds of things that make a former elected official and policy designer excited. Equally reflected in our education levels. All of these things are growing and going in the right direction. So as Army academics, Bangtan scholars, we are a key part of the BTS Army influence dynamic. We measure, track, interrogate, and co-create in unique ways that foster the growing influence of BTS and Army, especially in our potential to move towards attaining SDGs. And in a nod to Lee, I believe that BTS and Army continue to gather victories one by one in the battle of rhizomic revolution, and our best is yet to come. In conclusion, BTS's mental health and well-being path or road provides a cartography of hope for SDG attainment, equity, inclusion for those of us who live with mental health and neurodivergence, and as a critical and unique element central to their consistent, relatable, authentic, and engaging content, their ongoing positive, socially transformative parasocial relationship building with Army, resulting in a growing global network of academic researchers demonstrating BTS's ongoing impact and increasing influence. Their past also demonstrates that their appointment as special presidential envoys for future generations and culture wasn't the start of a path towards SDG attainment, but a result of their own mental health and well-being path, grounded in their role as outsiders, as Bapse, who spoke truth to power, inspiring fans and leaders, and again, foreshadowed by their UNICEF Love Myself campaign, making their presidential envoy appointment really just the next stage of action for BTS and Army, and illustrating a cartography of hope and mobilizing a mental health army to SDG success in reducing psychosocial inequalities. So thank you so much for your time and for your being here today and hanging around to the end.
Thank you so much for keeping your time on time.
Oh, good to know. I wasn't sure. My timer wasn't working.
Okay, so finally we are here. Okay, I appreciate all presenters for keeping time and helping me. And I'm really glad to meet you here as a moderator, and also learned a lot about the concept of ESG from your case studies, wonderful case studies. So, but I'm really sorry. I apologize for not giving the Q&A time here, but please make connection, make research the presenter's name, and then make connection online. So keep in touch, and then ask the questions. And also, I would like to invite Professor Boo Kyung-hee, who put a lot of effort for organizing this session. So why don't you come here and then make greetings. Give big applause for her.
Actually, Sharon wrapped it up very well, and we will we will continue to do research and give the good influence on the society as a researcher, or as an academician, or as even an individual Army. And thank you for joining us today, and we'll keep meeting, right, in October in the concert in Busan, maybe. Okay, have a good night. Thank you.
The past was honestly the best, but my best is what comes next. I'm not playing now for sure. 그날을 향해 숨이 벅차게